All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. This is a public workshop for the carbon capture, removal, utilization, and storage program pursuant to SB 905. My name is Rachel Danielson. I am a technical and regulatory specialist working on implementation towards this program as part of CARB. We are so thrilled to have you all with us today. We're hoping to have a very insightful and enlightening workshop, rich with communication from a variety of speakers that we will be showcasing today. So, first order of business, letting everyone know that this meeting is being recorded, and the recording of this meeting will be made publicly available on our program webpage. And this will be in both English and Spanish. So, second important order of business is to discuss how bilingual Spanish speakers may access Spanish interpretation of today's broadcast. So I am going to pass it over to Heidi, who is going to go through the process of how you may access the Spanish channel for this recording. So go ahead and take it away, Heidi.
Thank you. Good morning. Buenos días. Estamos comenzando esta presentación del programa de retiro, eliminación y captura del carbono. Esta presentación será grabada y soy Rachel Danielson. Soy la especialista y técnico reguladora del programa que estará viendo la implementación a través de CARB. Esperamos que este taller sea de su deleite. Vamos a tener varios oradores presentando. Como mencionamos, la grabación, esto será grabado y también estará disponible públicamente en inglés y en español. A continuación, estaremos dando la información de cómo entrar a su canal para que escuche toda la presentación en español. Si nos acompaña a través de su computador, en un momento, todavía no lo ve, pero en un momento, cuando activen la interpretación, usted verá un símbolo de un globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si no encuentra el globo terráqueo, le pedimos que apriete los 3 puntos que están en un círculo por arriba de la palabra More. Usted encontrará el acceso a la interpretación, elija español en este caso. Si solamente desea escuchar una voz, que es la voz de mis colegas Mark Gutiérrez, Fabiola y una servidora, Heidi, estaremos transmitiendo en español. Puede usted apagar el audio original para solo escuchar una voz y también puede mantener su micrófono apagado. También le pedimos que si está utilizando un teléfono inteligente o tableta, siga la misma función apretando los 3 puntos, eligiendo español, pero en este caso tiene que oprimir la tecla de done o terminado para poder tener acceso a la función. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment while opening our Spanish channel.
Esta es una pequeña pausa para que puedan abrir el canal y elegir su canal.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go.
Just one quick question. I'm sorry, this is Heidi, the interpreter. I'm not assigned yet.
All right, thank you. Okay. So, quickly going to cover the broad scope of the agenda today before passing it off. So we're going to start off this morning with a welcome from CARB, presented by Matt Botil, who is the Division Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division that this program will exist under, to go over some of the rationale, goals, and work ahead for developing and deploying the carbon capture, removal, utilization, and storage program through CARB. We're going to follow up with a series of 4 panel sessions covering a variety of topics that are crucial aspects of developing this program. Each of these panel sessions will consist of a speaker series as well as some time for public Q&A. And we'll get into the details as we start our first panel session. So I am going to quickly switch over.
All right, thank you, Rachel. I'm going to take it from here. Good morning, everybody. Thanks all for joining. As Rachel mentioned, my name is Matt Botil. I'm the Division Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division here at CARB. Going to do a quick series of intro slides here, and then we're going to get straight to the panels. So first off, why are we here? Well, it should come as no surprise that every day we are feeling the impacts of unchecked climate change, and those impacts are becoming clearer and clearer. We're experiencing those impacts here in California and are at the front lines of climate damages. And as a state, these damages are costing the state billions. We know that we must take and continue to take aggressive action to address our emissions, and that failing to take action and use the tools that we have at our disposal will only mean that the status quo persists and that the cost of climate change damages will increase. Next slide, please. For almost 2 decades now, California has been a leader in climate policy and addressing greenhouse gas emissions. Most recently, in 2022, California wrote another chapter in our climate legislative leadership history. The state established a legal mandate to reduce anthropogenic GHG emissions 85% below 1990 levels and achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2045. This new requirement to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045 is in addition to previously established greenhouse gas reduction targets for 2020 and 2030. Next slide, please. As many of you know, California has a strategy to achieve carbon neutrality and to build our way out of 100 years of legacy fossil fuel infrastructure. Our strategy, which is detailed in CARB's 2022 scoping plan update, relies on prioritizing reductions of greenhouse gas emissions from existing energy use, as well as prioritizing land management actions that enhance ecosystem function and help stabilize carbon stocks. Next slide, please. Even with this focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions through our leading climate and air quality policies, we know, based on work we did in the scoping plan, that there will also be a role for CCS to capture emissions for hard to decarbonize sectors, and a need for carbon dioxide removal strategies to compensate for the remaining emissions we expect to see in 2045. In recognition of this need, Governor Newsom directed CARB to set carbon removal targets in the scoping plan for 2030 and 2045. And the intent was clear. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045, we need to scale and deploy CCUS and CDR this decade and into the next. Next slide, please. And we're not alone in calling for CCS and CDR deployment to meet carbon neutrality. Over the past decade, there's been a scientific consensus that deployment of CCS and CDR is needed globally. There have been a growing number of CCS and CDR projects throughout the world demonstrating the viability of the technology, and the purpose of today's workshop will be to hear from the people and the organizations that are helping to deploy these efforts. As Rachel mentioned at the onset, today's workshop will have panels with representatives that are taking voluntary action to pursue CCS and CDR. We'll have a panel of technology providers deploying CCUS and CDR approaches in the industrial, electricity, and natural working land sectors, and a panel of organizations that are supporting efforts to bring additional community benefits. And while we have a full agenda today, we are only convening a small portion of the activity, covering a small portion of the activity in CCUS and CDR. There are other entities that are also moving forward with plans to integrate CDR and CCUS into their long-range investments. For example, the Lebec Net Zero project by National Cement in Kern County plans to leverage $1 billion in public and private funds to develop low-carbon cement using CCS. Heirloom is using direct air capture technology and just announced receiving a $10 million investment from the United Airlines Sustainable Flight Fund. These are just two examples of many that we'll hear throughout the day as we talk about these technologies. Next slide, please. Before we jump into the panel discussions, I wanted to give a quick update on CARB's efforts under SB 905. SB 905 was enacted as companion legislation to AB 1279, and it established a CCUS program at CARB. The legislation gives CARB a number of responsibilities, including adopting protocols to support CCUS and CDR approaches, adopting regulations to support the program, including regulations to support a voluntary permit portal, financial risk management, and project monitoring, and supporting transparency efforts through product data collection and reporting. Next slide, please. In order to implement CARB's responsibilities under SB 905, CARB submitted a budget request in 2023 to the legislature for the technical and legal staff to work on the program. Given the aggressive legislative deadlines, it was CARB's goal to have two teams simultaneously working on regulations, technology reviews, protocol development, the unified permit portal, project tracking and transparency efforts, and other aspects of 905. Instead, as part of the 2023 budget process, EJ advocates pushed back against CARB's resource request because of their opposition to CCUS and CDR more broadly. We repeatedly stated that without adequate resources, we would not be able to fully implement SB 905 according to the timelines and statute, and that many CCUS and CDR products would nonetheless move forward in California without the benefit of regulatory guardrails. At the end of the 2023 budget session, the legislature did not approve our full staffing request. Instead, they only granted half of our requested staffing and provided limited term rather than permanent positions. And despite repeated hiring efforts, we currently have just one limited term staff member and one limited term attorney dedicated to the 905 efforts, given the difficulty in recruiting and retaining limited term positions that expire next year. In January of this year, we resubmitted our resource request to the legislature for consideration in the upcoming budget, in the hope that the original resource request will be approved so that we may expedite our work to meet the SB 905 requirements. Just yesterday, we became aware of a letter that the advocates submitted to the legislature this week, questioning CARB's resource ask and asserting that CARB is ignoring its statutory responsibilities under SB 905. This is simply not the case, and in fact, we've been moving forward as best we can to implement the statutory requirements of SB 905, despite the resource constraints placed on our agency. And it makes no sense that advocates who dislike CCUS and CDR were advocating for reduced resources or no resources 2 years ago to recently express concerns that we've made little progress on the rulemaking and are again attempting to starve the program of resources to implement the full requirements of statute. The progress we have made, which is shown on this slide, is part of the pre-rulemaking efforts. Prior to initiating any rulemaking, we must conduct extensive information collection and technical work. In support of upcoming SB 905 rulemaking efforts, we have already initiated and prioritized the efforts to review existing and emerging technologies, compile a library of project permitting requirements, and identify best practices for community engagement. We're looking forward to the next slide, please. We're looking forward to this year's budget process and hoping that with the legislature's approval, we can move forward with hiring permanent positions for this work. We're also looking forward to your feedback from today's workshop, both in the written comment docket and throughout the day today. And on the topic of feedback, before I hand it back to Rachel and to the panelists, I wanted to flag that we have included a series of questions at the end of this slide deck that we're hoping you can give us feedback on. The questions on the slides are there to help us implement SB 905 and to craft regulations and focus on the project and permit portal requirements, financial responsibility, and air pollution monitoring needs of SB 905. By no means are these the only questions and topic areas we need feedback on prior to proposing SB 905 regulations. So we welcome any feedback you have on CARB's SB 905 work and SB 905 rulemaking efforts in our comment docket, and also plan to hold additional workshops in the future. The slide deck and the questions that I'm referring to are publicly posted on CARB's website on the CCUS program page. So once again, thank you all for being here today, and a special thank you to Rachel Danielson, our singular staffer on this work, for pulling together today's workshop. I'm now going to hand it back to Rachel, who's going to kick it off with our first panel. Rachel, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Matt. Bear with me, folks, for a moment. Just going to switch decks here. Okay. Okay. So just quickly recapping to our agenda, we are going to start off with a panel that is going to be focusing on carbon removal markets in the voluntary carbon market as it exists today. Our theme for this panel and why we selected it is asking the question of what can we learn as we are developing this program from the strengths and challenges, sources of volatility, et cetera, that markets are facing as they exist today. So, covering very quickly for how all of you as attendees of the workshop today may participate and make your voices heard. There are one of two options. First, we will have question and answer participation following each of the 3 formal panel discussions we will be having. These conversations will be 30 minutes and will be focused on the subject matter of that specific panel. There's a little bit of play here depending on how much free time we have available today, but we hope to also make some time available for general comment. And we will kind of advertise that on the fly. Additionally, and I think this is an excellent option to make sure your thoughts are fully worked out, we will be accepting written public comment up until March 28th. So from now up until March 28th through our program webpage. As a reminder, all submitted comments will be made public. But I guarantee you, as the singular staff member, we will be going through all of your comments and considering them. So we will get into directions about how to participate in the Q&A, technically speaking, in our first session, and then go over that as a reminder in the remaining sessions. So we're going to move ahead with our first panel. I'm going to move slowly here to ensure that all of our panelists are getting ready to go. But we will have 3 speakers during our first session who are experts in the voluntary carbon market space today. This includes Noah Deesh, the Senior Advisor and Co-founder of Carbon 180, Joanna Klitsky, Manager of Carbon Removal Procurement and Ecosystem Strategy at Frontier, and Alexia Kelly, the Managing Director of Carbon Policy and Markets Initiative at the High Tide Foundation. So how this panel is going to go is I'm going to hand it over to our speaker, give them a moment to queue up their presentation. After they have finished, each presentation will be about 15 minutes. I will pass it on to our next speaker directly. After the three panelists have concluded in their talks, then we will move on to the communal Q&A session for that panel. So with that, I'm going to move along to handing over to Noah. And bear with us, everyone, for a moment as we kind of go through this first item, ensuring Noah is here with us.
All right, thanks, Rachel. I apologize. I just got bumped out temporarily. So let me try and reshare. Can you all see my presentation?
We see your Zoom window. One final thing I forgot to mention for all the panelists, because we have our bilingual interpretation, if I get a flag from our interpreters that you're moving too quickly, I'm just going to hop in really quick and remind you to slow down. So bear with me on that.
And Noah, we can see your screen now. Looks like your presentation's up.
Great. Can you see it full screen?
No, it is inset.
Okay. Well, in that spirit, I'm not going to use any more time here. We'll just go on a slightly smaller version of the slides. But first, Rachel and the CARB team, thank you so much for including me here today. I'm very excited to join you. For those who I'm meeting for the first time, my name is Noah Deitch. I recently served in the Biden administration as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Carbon Management at the Department of Energy. And so for the past few years, have been working full-time on all things carbon management, both point source carbon capture and storage and carbon removal. And a lot of that work has been on how we can develop carbon management responsibly in the US, both the technologies as well as the markets. What I would love to share with you all today is a little bit of the journey that I went on and what role I see California playing in making sure that we advance carbon management both in line with our climate needs and in ways that support our communities, our workers, our environment, and especially in this time of crisis at the federal government, California's leadership at the state level is of particular importance, as it has always been on leading the way and pioneering the frontier for environment and climate specifically. Where I'll start is just by sharing that carbon management itself is not necessarily a new technology. In fact, it's a very old technology. It is something that truly at small scale was pioneered centuries ago as we first went into submarines and needed to figure out how to have air to breathe. But at industrial scale was pioneered throughout the 20th century, largely for oil and gas production. About 30 years ago or so, we started to transform how we think about this oil and gas production technology to use it for a climate mitigation purpose. And I think that is a really important shift because we have only really started to make that shift from an oil and gas technology to a modern climate mitigation approach. And so it's very difficult to give a sense of how mature is carbon management technology, because in one application, especially in the oil and gas industry, it's very mature. It's the widely accepted commercial technology. However, when we think about it as a pollution control for climate mitigation, it is mature in some use cases, but not in others. And we have high confidence that it can be a widely adopted pollution control in many different sectors of the industrial power and carbon removal space, the atmospheric cleanup space. But there's different amounts of work that need to be done across those use cases. And so I think that's a really important context for how we think about carbon management policy, because in many ways it cannot be one size fits all. It needs to be able to be flexible and accommodate where we are using carbon management and for what purpose. What we did at the Department of Energy was try and say, how do we make sure that we can scale carbon management specifically in line with the Biden administration's 2050 US-wide net zero target? What I wanted to show here was some of what we were thinking about how we got from today's ecosystem, which still reflects those oil and gas roots, to where we thought we needed to be in 2030 nationwide to make sure that carbon management had been demonstrated and that the infrastructure for transport and storage was widely enough adopted so that carbon management could really be a climate solution, not just an oil and gas production technology. The numbers here for our 2030 target actually align well with what CARB has positioned California to do. And California can play a significant role in advancing carbon management technology. I think critically, what we identified in the Biden administration is the next 5 years are all about making sure that we have demonstrated carbon management technology to a sufficient degree that we can scale it up as is needed in the future to whatever level we need to in order to actually get to our climate goals. I think what you'll notice in the 2050 column is there's a substantial range about how much carbon management we actually need. It is highly dependent on how quickly we can not just decarbonize the power sector with the technologies that exist today, but also how quickly can we decarbonize the industrial sector with a combination of existing technologies and technologies that are in similarly early stages of development. The last piece is that our residual emissions, that is, the emissions that are too expensive or too technically challenging to abate, largely in the industrial sector, places like agriculture, long haul aviation, that's where we're going to need carbon removal the most to get to net zero as a way to go to net negative emissions thereafter. Figuring out our 2050 needs are almost impossible at this point, but what we can have confidence in is that the next 5 years of demonstrating technologies at commercial scale and starting to build the infrastructure to scale these solutions will be a no regret strategy and give us the option of scaling in the future as much as is needed. What we also did at the Department of Energy was really start to expand what carbon management meant, in particular by not just focusing on point source capture, but thinking about carbon removal as a basket of technologies. DOE launched a carbon negative shot, and our goal there was a technology agnostic approach to getting a whole suite of carbon removal technologies down a cost curve and up the maturation curve in terms of how how the carbon accounting can be done in an apples to apples way. You probably can't read this slide, but what it shows is just a few dozen of the different carbon removal pathways that are under development today, and an assessment from the Rocky Mountain Institute, which shows that with the appropriate innovation investment, in less than a few decades, most of these carbon management technologies can get to gigaton scale. The important point is that we don't know which ones of these are going to work at what scale and in precisely what geographic contexts. And so again, what's really important now is to begin that demonstration journey without locking ourselves into any pathways that might be suboptimal in the long run. The US federal government, and not just the Biden administration, but previous administrations before that, have really been spending a lot of time advancing carbon management, both from the technology innovation front as well as from the regulatory side. The US is one of the leading geographies around the world for our innovation funding and for our development of regulations for CO2 transportation and storage. The EPA has a very robust program for ensuring the safety of CO2 storage, and the Department of Transportation has also recently updated, just before the end of the administration, a new set of guidelines, or really a strengthened set of guidelines, for how to make sure that CO2 transportation via pipeline is as safe as possible. This is something that the Department of Transportation has been regulating for decades as CO2 pipelines have been built. There's around 5,000 miles of CO2 pipelines existing today in the US, largely again, to support the oil and gas industry, but it gives us the confidence from a technical perspective that we can regulate these well and with a very high degree of safety. What I'll also say is that the US was leading not just domestically, but on the international front as well. And it's an area where I think we are in urgent need of leadership. The whole world is too far behind on carbon management funding and on making sure that we have the financing needed to provide both the technology and the projects in a lot of the developing world context where the emissions are going to be greatest from the industrial sector in the near future, and where we're going to need to have carbon management the most. All of this is now in question given the change in administration. I will acknowledge that Congress still determines all of the funding for the Department of Energy, and it is illegal for the administration not to spend that funding. Carbon management has been bipartisan, and so I still have confidence that our Congress will hold the administration to account to make sure that that funding is spent. But it just really reinforces the role from everything that we've been seeing in the news, that we need to have leadership from the state and local level on carbon management. I'll go quickly here to leave time for the other panelists, but where we focused in DOE and where the role of carbon markets are going to play the most important part is in the yellow and gray parts of this graph. Again, carbon management is already an economically viable technology with the 45Q tax credit. That is the primary market for carbon management in some of the high concentration sources. Places like ethanol production, natural gas processing, and steam methane reforming to make hydrogen out of natural gas. Once you get into less concentrated sources is where you get into the bulk of hard to abate emissions in places like cement. Matt mentioned the Lebec project is one that has DOE funding, as well as many other types of industrial processes like paper and pulp that are very difficult to fundamentally remove the CO2 emissions from, even if we were to fully electrify and use renewables for that. These are the more expensive use cases and where government support is going to be most critical in the near term to start to demonstrate the effectiveness of this. The federal government has a significant amount of funding. I'll just put up this slide to show that there are tens of billions of dollars available for carbon management today. Much of that funding has been allocated, a lot hasn't. But what we have seen is that in order to demonstrate all of the carbon management projects that we need to, it's going to take on the order of $100 billion or so across the next decade to make sure that we have carbon management across all of the different solution or end use cases, And to make sure that we have enough examples and enough CO2 transportation and storage infrastructure that these projects can actually achieve commercial liftoff. Compliance markets and voluntary markets both play a really critical role in making the business case for carbon management work in the near term. In particular, it's most important for the carbon removal space. One of the things that we have seen is that the existing compliance markets today are only beginning to include the either point source carbon capture or the carbon removal space. Doing so, I think, in a compliance context will be most helpful for point source capture, given that those technologies are closest to being economic based on a carbon price similar to what we see in California and many other geographies around the world. The voluntary market, on the other hand, is most important for the removals piece. This is because the removal solutions are significantly higher priced today than many of the markets are willing to manage. However, there's a significant opportunity for cost reduction that comes with deployment. Similar to what we have seen with solar, wind, electric vehicles, we expect that many carbon removal solutions will also come down the cost curve. Certainly not to the level where it will be cheaper, very important in order to get carbon removal to a price point that is affordable. The last thing that I'll leave folks with here is that I think there are three main opportunities for California to leverage the SB 905 bill to really cement California's leadership and to step in for the void that the US seems to be leaving at this moment at the federal level. The first is to make sure that we have carbon management demonstration projects, both point source capture and removal. Figuring out how to integrate those projects into the cap and trade programs, as well as showing how other entities in the private sector can crowd in funding, is going to be really important to show the world what good carbon management projects look like and to be a standard setter both for other governments around the world as well as voluntary purchasers that are looking to governments like California that have high integrity when it comes to climate and environment to show them what types of projects are best. The last piece is that we recognize that these projects are expensive, but where states can have the greatest opportunity is paving the way for all of the non-financial costs associated with these projects, like making sure that they are sited in places where communities want them the most, and that any projects that do get developed generate jobs, income, and state and local tax revenue to the communities in a way that is equitable and has the participation of those communities from the beginning. California has an enormous example or enormous opportunity to provide that example and to make sure that when federal resources do come back and when private sector funding is more available for these projects, that there is a place where those projects can be built quickly and with the necessary safeguards to ensure that they benefit the communities in which they are sited. So with that, I will pause, say thank you again to the CARB team, and I believe turn it over to Joanna.
Thank you so much, Noah. Joanna, go ahead and get started.
Great. Thanks, Noah. And thank you, Rachel and Matt and the broader CARB team for hosting today, and more broadly for your efforts to accelerate the development of carbon removal in California. My name is Joanna Klitsky, and I lead early stage carbon removal purchasing and our broader field building efforts at Frontier. Frontier is a coalition of private sector buyers that is committed to helping build up carbon removal by spending about $1 billion between 2022 and 2030 on purchasing permanent atmospheric carbon removal. background, before building Frontier, I worked on the corporate sustainability side at Nike, and then I was working with startups that were reducing agricultural methane emissions and doing carbon analytics on the startup side. So kind of what we do at Frontier is that we run a scientific diligence process to evaluate a number of carbon removal projects and facilitate purchasing on behalf of the buyers in our coalition. So a little bit different than Noah, my perspective in the market is built from reviewing many durable carbon removal technologies with my team over the past 4 years and seeing the challenges of this market and this field as an early and voluntary buyer. And I'll note that I am fully on the kind of high durability atmospheric removal versus some of the broader carbon management pieces. And today I want to share briefly where the carbon removal market is, and then some of the challenges in it that California government efforts could potentially be impactful in addressing. So we talked about this already, but climate models make it really clear that carbon removal is needed to meet our global net zero targets. It's needed to avoid the worst effects of climate change. And we need it at the tune of roughly 4 billion tons of durable removal per year in 2050, on top of temporary removal solutions and on top of other point source carbon capture solutions. But we're pretty far behind. By some estimates, only 600,000 tons total have been cumulatively removed and stored for about 100 years. And the percentage that's been stored permanently is much, much lower than that. So we don't yet have carbon removal at the scale that we're going to need it, or at the cost that is low enough that's affordable for this market. And just to give you a little bit of a sense of the field and where we're at, if we look at the supply side, we've seen a ton of innovation over the last decade, and particularly in the last 4 years. Noah mentioned that we have some solutions that are more mature that have come out of traditional industry, but there are a number of other ways to remove CO2 from the atmosphere that are really at the early innings and just getting started. So we have about 577 durable CDR startups, 137 of which have sold removal. We're seeing a much broadening geographic and technological diversity. So this past year, we reviewed about 160 early stage applications, and these represented technologies from 32 countries around the globe. The approaches it used to be only direct air capture, and now we're seeing things like biochar, spreading rocks on fields to help manage pH and remove carbon, marine carbon removal approaches like adding limestone to rivers that can reduce acidity and also support local fishing ecosystems while removing CO2. So a wide range of ways to do this, and that's continuing to broaden. On the fundraising side, it's been challenging for many companies, but some have been able to raise. Last year, the companies in our portfolio were able to raise about 400 million in equity in A and B series, ranging from 50 million to 150 million. Just a great step in progress. On the cost side, though, it's not quite as rosy a picture. A number of companies are thinking really creatively about how to reduce costs by selling co-products or integrating into larger industrial infrastructure to reduce their CapEx. So think desalination or wastewater or mining operations. But overall, the companies are still very small and very expensive, and they're just starting to scale up their operations. We've only seen a handful of companies that are developing really large demo or commercial scale facilities. On the price side, we've started to see a little bit of the price decline. So it was about $490 in 2023, down to $320 in 2024. But this is still significantly higher than temporary removals like planting trees. And so still really hard for them to build a market around. So takeaway here, we have a lot of really diverse, innovative companies, but most are small, most are expensive. And that's in part because building and scaling is really tough and it takes time to come down in cost. On the demand side of the market, we're seeing voluntary demand grow, but slowly. So I mentioned that to reach the scale climate models say we need, that's about 4 billion tons. If it's $100 a ton at scale, that's still $400 billion a year in demand, and we're not quite on track for that. The cumulative sales of durable CDR is now more than 13 million tons and 3.5 billion, but 75% of those purchases are coming from a couple buyers. Think Microsoft or Frontier, Google, and dominated by a few large deals. We're just not seeing the number and count and unique buyers coming into the market. On the policy side, though, we have seen a lot of really important movement there over the past few years. And Noah touched on this a bit, but in my mind, there is a potential patchwork quilt of policies that could ladder up to really meaningful demand in 2030 and beyond. We've seen pilot procurement programs launch where the government buys carbon removal in US, Canada, Sweden, Denmark. There are early signs of carbon removal being incorporated into compliance regimes, potentially EU, UK, Japan, Russia. We have tax credits emerging for carbon removal, and this kind of diverse set of demand-side policies across tax credits, procurement, and compliance are really valuable in complementing voluntary demand and building up this market. And so this kind of demand gap between where we are and where we need to be was the motivation for us to build Frontier in 2022. And as I mentioned, we're really a buyer coalition that is trying to purchase really flexibly across early removal to help CDR get on its best trajectory. We started with a couple founding members in 2022, and now we have a broader and wider coalition of members. And I'll spend a moment to talk a little bit about how we work in case there are learnings that could be helpful as CARB is looking to approach. So how we work is that we diligence carbon removal solutions with a number of scientific reviewers, about 60, and we purchase from those that hit this target criteria. So we're really looking for solutions that remove CO2 durably, more than 1,000 years, and that they have the potential to be really low cost and really high scale in the future, even if they're not there today. And the other piece I'll note is that we expect projects to be operating with really high integrity. So this means safe for local ecosystems, following regulation, partnering really closely with communities to ensure they're participating in project development and receiving the benefits. But these are kind of the core pieces of what we look like for a quality project. And so when we assess projects, we review if they meet that criteria, if the team can execute on the proposed project, and then if it's a strong addition to our broader set of purchases. And another piece that's core for us is that we're really stubborn on this kind of set of quality criteria, but we are extremely flexible on what technology we purchase from, and that's for a couple of reasons. So there are just really big trade-offs across approaches in terms of cost, the resources used, the benefits, which ones fit in which geography. And so realistically, we're going to need a portfolio of solutions in the long run. And then second, it's too early to pick the final technology and the winners. We just don't know enough around how costs will come down. We're still seeing overlapping cost projections across technologies at scale. And so in our mind, this is really the decade to figure out what works and which approaches and companies will and could be a part of a 2030, 2040 climate relevant carbon removal. So for us, we've been purchasing, and since 2022, we've facilitated roughly 450 million in multi-year contracts from carbon removal companies, about 44, and purchased about 1 million tons. And a lot of cases, Frontier buyers were the first customer for these projects. And our belief is that this role as a flexible early customer can really help accelerate responsible innovation and be impactful in shaping early standards, and is a role that we would love to see kind of others, especially on the policy side, play as well. So we've seen purchases themselves speed up deployment and provide revenue visibility that can help suppliers unlock financing. But we've also found that by purchasing at an early stage, we can have impact by signaling what quality looks like, pushing the bar on measurement standards and ecosystem safety, just to give an example, we think it's really important that communities are deeply involved in decision-making and that they don't perpetuate historic inequities. And so in addition to doing an ecosystem safety review and an environmental justice review, we actually build that into our contracts. So we require that companies draft a community benefits agreement that outlines how they're going to interact with their local stakeholders. We require transparency and data sharing in our contracts. And so a lot of this we can kind of build into the process of how we work in the market. So we know that the kind of early motion in this field can be catalytic and the market is demand constrained, but I will say it can also be really challenging to participate in as an early buyer in this market and to get others on board. So I'll touch on just a couple of the challenges that we see. One is that it's hard to get more buyers in the door. In 2023, there were only 40 buyers who had purchased more than 1,000 tons of durable CDR. And there's a number of reasons for this. There just aren't incentives for voluntary climate action. There's limited clear targets for how much removal to purchase within voluntary standards. There's limited regulatory pressure in a lot of markets. Many buyers, as they should be, are super focused on decarbonizing their corporate footprint. And so it's really difficult to justify investing in the legal bandwidth or the technical expertise that's required to vet and contract durable carbon removal projects. And in short, current markets really don't always reward buying carbon removal early. The second big one I'll touch on is measurement. I would say we've made a lot of progress here over the last couple of years on durable CDR, but it's still a challenge. We as buyers are ultimately purchasing an intangible good. The claim that a carbon removal company has had the intended impact. And so buyers want to feel confident that a ton has effectively been removed from the atmosphere and removed safely. The challenge is we have a lot of different carbon removal approaches. And so quantifying a removal from a direct air capture facility versus some project that's applying rocks on fields, very different. Each one has their own different technical and scientific questions and uncertainties that need to be figured out and accounted for in the net removal calculation. And then also we're seeing different protocols. So different credit issuing organizations might have protocols that differ and produce different quantitative outcomes, and suppliers today can pick between them. And so this kind of creates a little bit of a messy environment for us to navigate as we're purchasing. And at Frontier, we have processes for solving this within our program that I won't go through in depth, but we need to be able to, I think, quickly, confidently, consistently measure removal across pathways if carbon removal is to scale up. And I think we're still in the arc of doing that. And the third challenge I'll touch on is just that supply of carbon removal has been slow to grow and projects are often delayed because it's really hard to build infrastructure in the field. I won't go into depth here because you'll hear more from the projects themselves this afternoon, but at a really high level, we recently surveyed our portfolio and we heard the top risks were securing financing, finding customers, and really getting the permits that were appropriate for their technology quickly enough. And so overall, I think we're at an exciting moment in the field where we've seen a lot of progress, but also a really critical moment for carbon removal. And there are a few places where CARB could be high impact as they're implementing SB 905. I think the first one is given the trade-offs across approaches and the benefits different ones bring to communities alongside removal. So new jobs, improving local coastal ecosystems, producing clean energy. We really recommend trying to craft ways to support a diverse portfolio of approaches. I think second, CARB can signal to the market what high quality removal looks like to de-risk purchasing. That could be through purchasing credits directly, integrating carbon management into compliance markets, and then setting criteria and accounting expectations alongside. It could be setting really high expectations for cost and scale potential, safety, community engagement, and justice verification. And I'll just say that we're very happy at Frontier to share any of the diligence criteria or tools that we use with the team if that is helpful as you're building. Another piece would be defining really clear measurement standards that could be used consistently across programs, providing really strong, clear, efficient permitting pathways for the range of durable technologies. And then I think also, as Noah mentioned, considering where to support and accelerate hubs of carbon management that could benefit from shared infrastructure to reduce costs and also provide a lot of jobs and benefits to local areas. So with that, I think we've made a lot of progress over the past few years. There's still a long way to go. And I think there is significant opportunity for California agencies to be a leader and accelerate the development and deployment of projects in ways that have really huge benefits for California communities. And we are excited to help there however we can. So thank you. And I will hand off to Alexia.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Go ahead, Alexia.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Give me
Yes.
just 1 second to share my screen and we can get going. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Alexia Kelly. I'm the Managing Director of the Carbon Policy and Markets Initiative at the High Tide Foundation. I also serve as the co-chair of the continuous improvement work programs under the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Markets, and as a board alternate for my principal, Dee Lawrence, who also serves as a board member. The High Tide Foundation is a private family office and philanthropy headquartered in Marin that focuses exclusively on the climate crisis. We focus on methane and also on carbon markets. I'm going to try and go into slideshow. Did that work? And can you see it?
Yes.
Great. Are you seeing the full screen or are you seeing the slideshow version?
Oh, good to go.
Awesome. Okay. And did that advance?
Yes.
Fabulous. Great. So I'm here to talk today about the role of the Integrity Council for the voluntary carbon market and some of the work that we're doing both around assessing how existing programs are addressing the issue of permanence and durability in the context of the voluntary carbon market, and also some of the work we're doing really looking ahead and charting some pathways forward. So as you know, the voluntary carbon market has played a really important role in helping us accelerate and advance climate action broadly. In fact, most of California's regulatory system was front-run by voluntary programs that were established a number of years ago. And so the voluntary market plays a really important role, as Joanna was just explaining, in enabling us to really get things going and to test and to innovate and to experiment and move things forward. But if we want to grow this market to the gigatons that we need it to be between now and 2030 and 2040, we're going to need to move very quickly to align around what high integrity and quality looks like, how we develop a deeper, more liquid, more standardized market so that it operates more efficiently and more like what we would consider a traditional financial market, as opposed to the relatively small, bespoke, kind of artisanal market it operates like today. And really work to build a shared vision and alignment across the market on this next generation of standards, rules, and systems. So we're at a real inflection point in the voluntary carbon market based on the now almost 30 years of experience we have developing and testing these new standards and protocols and methods. And so the ICVCM was launched 3 years ago as the task force for scaling voluntary carbon markets to really do 3 things: to assess what's happening in the market today, looking at both standards and methodologies, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. To engage with key stakeholders across the market, including governments and regulators, market participants, standards, and Indigenous peoples and local communities who have been experiencing these projects and working with them firsthand. And then also really providing a space and an opportunity for us to have a conversation around what continuous improvement looks like and what the future of the carbon markets really are. We have an independent governing board that consists of 22 board members with representation from across the globe, and all key stakeholder groups, including our chair, who's the former SEC commissioner, and a number of former financial regulators, as well as folks who've been involved for a very long time in designing these markets. We have an independent expert panel. This is the 2024 panel. We'll be updating it soon, but gives you a flavor, well-known, several Americans as well as international experts who have been working for many, many years, really understanding and implementing these projects. We also have a distinguished advisory group that represents a broad range of views and helps us ensure that the Integrity Council is really delivering on its core method. So how does the ACVCM work? We have what we call a two-tick process. We look at both the governance requirements of carbon crediting programs to make sure that they have adequate transparency, they have robust protections in place, and that we believe that they are credible and able to have this significant responsibility of assessing what constitutes a ton of CO2, reduced, avoided, or removed. We also look at the underlying carbon crediting methodologies, and I'll talk a little more about that. And then we check on an ongoing basis to ensure that the programs are conforming with those. So the way that this works is that we first assess a program to make sure they meet our governance requirements, in which case they become a CCP eligible program. And then we review key methodologies. It is possible, and generally what we find is that not all methodologies that a standard submits meet our assessment framework requirements. So you will see some VERA methodologies that have been approved and other VERA methodologies that have not been approved. But at the end of the day, what this assures you is that you have a strong governance program and that the underlying methodologies against which the credits are issued meet the requirements of that high threshold benchmark that the ICVCM has established for quality through its core carbon principles. And these cover both governance, as I mentioned, as well as the emissions impact. So we are not specifically focused on carbon removal, but we do look at carbon removal. We also look at avoided emissions and reductions broadly. So we have strong and detailed rules around how you determine additionality, how you address permanence, what's required to ensure that we have a robust quantification of the emissions impact, and that there are adequate provisions in place at the program level to ensure that emission reductions are not double counted among multiple parties. We also have sustainable development, quite extensive sustainable development requirements and benefits and safeguards, as well as discussion around contribution of net zero transition. I will say that the requirements of the ICVCM, particularly as they relate to sustainable development, go substantially beyond what we've seen in the market today. We are in the process of assessing carbon crediting
Alexia,
programs.
sorry to cut in. Could you slow down a little bit for our interpreting team?
Sure thing. Sorry, I used to get yelled at the UN all the time for talking too fast. Feel free to flag me. So we have about 98% of the market under review right now. All of the major programs are being assessed. 5 of the major programs have been approved, including one of the newer carbon removal standard programs. So we're excited to see those assessment processes moving forward. And we are working diligently to review the rest of the market in good faith. We also have launched, as of last year, something called the Continuous Improvement Work Programs. And what these do is really provide a place for us to bring the carbon market community together to have a conversation around how we build stronger, more transparent, and more robust solutions for the VCM moving forward. And for those of you who've been around the voluntary markets for a long time, you know that because these markets are voluntary, and because there has not been a comprehensive global approach to regulating this market, a number of nonprofit organizations have stepped up over the last 2 decades to regulate and oversee this market, because it is a market that needs to be overseen and regulated. And what has happened is all of these different nonprofits have taken different approaches to addressing some of these really key considerations with varying degrees of success, right? We know that some things have worked and some things have not worked. But what we have now is an opportunity to really come together, I think, as a market around what best practice looks like and to begin to bring together a more unified framework and set of approaches related to methodology development and market development in such a way that we can really actually start to get to scale and a more standardized product. Because right now, a ton of carbon is not necessarily a ton of carbon, depending on where it comes from. And so moving forward with those key sets of considerations is really what we're focusing on through the continuous improvement work programs. The board will consider the outputs from these continuous improvement work programs, and in some cases, we'll be issuing recommendations that the ICVCM might not implement itself, but that the broader market is really important or needs. We have approved 13 CIWPs on market evolution and innovation. I'm not going to walk through them all, but permanence, we did our first batch of work on permanence last year. We have a second batch coming this year, and we have a report from the work that was conducted last year that will be released this quarter that summarizes some of the key issues, but I'm going to give you a sneak preview here today. I did just want to underscore, and in our research for the continuous improvement work program, what became very clear is that there's a really wide range of approaches that are being used in the market today to address permanence, depending on project type and depending on the standard. So everything from a minimum of a 5-year monitoring and compensation period all the way through to 100 years. So that is going to have important implications for how we collectively address this set of issues moving forward. And there's a lot of discussion, ongoing discussion that we're having around just how long does carbon need to be stored in order for it to have a meaningful atmospheric impact and benefit. And so that conversation has been raging, as long as I've been in carbon markets, which is a couple of decades. I anticipate we will continue to have that conversation for a very long time. But at the end of the day, what we need to do is start to align on a framework that enables what we call a technology agnostic approach to carbon removals. So what the ICVCM assessment framework says about permanence is that the greenhouse gas emission reductions or removals from the mitigation activities shall be permanent, or where there is a risk of reversal, there shall be measures in place to address those risks and compensate for reversals. So this is really what we call technology neutral approach to addressing permanence and to thinking about permanence as a system challenge, not as an individual project type category challenge. And so the work that we've been doing on this is really framed around that. We have a number of detailed requirements in the assessment framework that I'm not going to walk you through. The assessment framework is online. You are very welcome to take a look at it if you're interested in digging deeper and understanding. But we do require that programs have robust requirements in place for assessing and mitigating reversals if and when they occur. This includes projects that have terrestrial and biological storage of carbon as well. We're not going to get to our carbon removal objectives absent integration of nature, and trees are nature's original carbon removal machine. So we believe that there is an opportunity to build systems that enable us to deliver that really necessary atmospheric impact and benefit in a way that makes sure we're accomplishing our climate change mitigation objectives and enables us to take advantage of the full suite of technologies and tools that we need to have. But we treat these types of projects slightly differently. So projects, we've categorized certain types of projects as having a material risk of reversal or as a lower risk of reversal. And you'll see this won't be surprising, but things like CCS with geological storage, CCS with mineralization, enhanced rock weathering, all are considered lower risk of reversal projects and therefore have slightly different requirements around monitoring and reporting and reversal management. Things like agriculture, forestry, wetland and marine ecosystems, things that are subject to a higher risk of reversal have higher and different requirements for the monitoring and compensation period and how project developers are required to monitor and report any reversals. There is further work that really needs to be done here, and there's a lot of different approaches that are being utilized in the market today. And so certainly one area where we think California could play a really important role is helping to advance some of these key understandings around what best practice looks like in terms of carbon management and reversal risk management overall. We require that they have compensation mechanisms. Most commonly, that's implemented through a pooled buffer reserve. And the way in which you determine the contribution to the buffer reserve, what goes into the buffer reserve, how long the buffer reserve is active, who's managing and responsible for implementing the buffer reserve, all varies by standard right now. And our hope is that over time, we can move to a more consistent and standardized approach to how we're thinking about what a really robust system-wide approach to addressing this type of reversal risk is. There are also slightly different rules in the ICVCM for jurisdictional RED+, reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation. Similarly implemented through a pooled buffer reserve, but there's a different adequacy requirement that is elaborated in the assessment framework. So the continuous improvement assessment, the continuous improvement work program on permanence has really looked to address permanence recommendations that look at reversal risk assessment, allocation of that risk, and mitigation of that risk that enables us to deliver investment grade carbon credits that maintain scientific rigor in delivering climate impact, while balancing complex policy, legal, financial, equity, and implementation trade-offs. And I just want to double click on that last point really quickly because it's an incredibly important one. There's a lot of people that are like, oh, we need 1,000 years of durability. The problem is that actually trying to enforce 1,000 years of durability in a legal contract is extremely difficult. And so the solutions that we need to design as a market really have to work in the real world and under the constraints that we're facing in terms of the project implementation overall. So there's a number of topics that we looked at, including the adequacy of the compensation periods. I understand that CARB is also doing some of this work in the context of its buffer reserves. And so that conversation we think is really important. The design and adequacy of the buffer reserve pools is very important. And then also looking at opportunities for more standardized reversal risk assessment tools and procedures. So right now, all of the standards assess project reversal risk a little differently. And we think it would be very beneficial for us to move towards a more aligned and standardized view there. So California has led the way on all things climate for a very long time, and we hope it will continue to do so. I agree with Noah's recommendation around integrating carbon removal into the cap and trade program and other state climate and land goals and targets. As Joanna noted, there's a real opportunity and need for public procurement entities to come out and be some of those first buyers alongside the early mover companies that are active in these markets. We believe it's very important to ensure a more technology neutral approach to permanence that enables us to take advantage of the full suite of carbon removal technologies that are out there in a way that delivers that atmospheric benefit and impact. And then I also recommend that we consider, and California I think could play a really important role in this, in helping to develop more standardized approaches to project reversal risk assessment. This is a big deal for the market. It's a particularly big deal for institutional investors who are considering deploying capital into this space. We need to have a more consistent and standardized approach to understanding and addressing both reversal risk classification and mitigation actions. There's a bunch of work we're doing on that under the ICVCM. The UNFCCC supervisory body for the Article 6 mechanisms is also doing work in this space. And so I think there's an opportunity in the next couple of years for us to come together around what a robust global framework would look like for reversal risk management that's going to enable us to deliver much more effective and impactful things. And of course, you know, at the end of the day, all of this has to ensure that any of the projects that are being implemented, regardless of what technology they are in fact benefiting and delivering strong and clear benefits for local communities and ensuring that we have appropriate safeguards in place across the board. So there's lots of information online. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this conversation today, and I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to the conversation.
Great. Thank you so much, Alexia and panel. So at this time, I am going to go ahead and ask anyone in attendance. We are going to open up the availability for you to raise your hand if you have any questions. While you're going through that process, I'm going to go over, as I share my screen, the logistics of how the Q&A session is going to work before we jump in. And panelists, feel free to stay on camera. So to participate in the Q&A session, please use the raised hand function. We will have some CARB staff available to track and allow speaking in the order hands are raised. So staff will call on names in order they're raised, and they will say, Joe, please feel free to unmute yourself. And so you can do that by clicking the microphone button when called. We're going to have, I understand that technical difficulties may occur. In the interest of getting as many questions in as possible, we'll have a little grace period for people to get unmuted. But if you're having technical difficulties, we're going to move on, and we'll ask that you submit a public comment instead. So after unmuting, please begin with introducing yourself. I have a little timer, which you should see here. It's a 2-minute countdown. So speaking time is limited to 2 minutes, and you will just make your statement, and we will have replies to it without any back and forth, again, in the interest of getting as many questions in as possible. And then when you are finished speaking, please mute yourself, but staff will go ahead and lower your hand for you when you're done speaking. So you don't need to worry about that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to our team who is handling unmuting, and allow them to let the first speaker jump in.
Great, thank you, Rachel. We have some raised hands. First, we have Stephen Rosenblum. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Stephen Rosenblum. I'm a member of Climate Action California, and I'd like to thank the panelists for a really excellent presentation on the issues related to carbon storage, especially the question of permanence. I think many people don't understand the real issues, and the question of whether something lasts for 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years is really the critical issue. And I'm glad to see that people are thinking about how to build that into a market strategy. I have a question for Noah Deach, particularly with regard to his suggestion that capturing carbon from steam methane reforming is a useful idea. I think we need to consider whether the activity is net negative for climate change when methane can leak. And as we all know, methane is a super pollutant in terms of climate. It's 86 times more warming than carbon dioxide over 20 years. So I don't think we want to encourage any technology which can actually harm the climate while capturing some carbon dioxide, and in the meantime increasing global warming anyway. So I'd like to hear what his response is to that kind of idea. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, I agree we should not encourage technologies that continue to emit. The worst thing, however, is to let highly emitting technologies continue to keep emitting and not putting carbon capture on them if those technologies are going to continue to operate, much like many of the steam methane reformers throughout the US are planning to do without some sort of other option. So again, I'm not endorsing that as a smart plan A. I'm simply saying if our choice is to continue emitting or do nothing, we should absolutely do carbon capture.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Alfred Sattler. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello. First of all, I guess follow on to the previous question. How about including a significant buffer, amount in their allowance to take care of likely methane leakage to reduce the impact of that? And I guess the other question I have, actually, did I understand correctly that Rachel is the one staff person in this so far from California? And other than that, I guess I still have real questions about the usefulness of this compared to actually reducing carbon emissions and the extent to which we can get the public to buy into removing carbon emissions. I'm afraid otherwise that the extent this becomes public, the public might well just regard this as a boondoggle, which would actually be more harmful.
Thanks, Alfred. Matt Botel at CARB. I'll jump in on a couple of your comments here. And, as I said in my kind of opening remarks, at least for California, our policy and our approach to achieving carbon neutrality focuses on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from our energy and fugitive emissions first, and then looking for areas to compensate with residual emissions from carbon dioxide removal. And so we're definitely taking an all of the above approach to getting our state to carbon neutrality, which is where the science says we need to be to avoid the worst impacts from climate change. And then as far as your statement, your question, yes, Rachel is the singular staffer that we have working on SB 905 that we were able to hire as part of the hiring process. So grateful to have her, and hopefully we can build the team out more. Alex, do you want to call the next one?
Yes. Next we have Karen Ursel. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, yes, thank you. I am a public health nurse in the Central Valley, and our CCS project will produce significant and unavoidable degradation to the air quality of our community, which already has the worst air quality in the nation. This impacts our lung, heart, reproductive, and brain health. It sounds like my community will assume most of the risk for these new technologies, which are not mature and at this point do not achieve net negativity. As well, after construction, there will only be a total of 5 jobs, and the company will put in some EV charging stations in Buttonwillow. So I'd like the panelists to remark on how this will benefit my community, because right at this point, I'm just not seeing that.
Karen, thanks so much for your comments. And I'll note too that a number of our panelists today also in their recommendations back to CARB and to the state of California emphasize the importance of looking for opportunities for community benefits associated with these projects. And so we do have most of the afternoon actually for today dedicated to that very topic. So look forward to kind of engaging in a deeper level in the afternoon. The one thing that I will add is that when we think about the air quality benefits and the air quality needs for the state of California, we think about it comprehensively and the long-term trajectory that we've been working under to reduce air pollution, both sources of criteria and toxic emissions throughout the state. When we analyzed this as part of our long-term climate strategy, we saw hundreds of billions of dollars in health benefits from reducing combustion emissions across many different categories. And so we are expecting significant health improvements in the state as we move away from combustion technologies writ large. And that is in tandem with also finding opportunities to deploy CCS and CDR to meet the needs of our statutory carbon neutrality objectives. So again, look forward to more conversations this afternoon.
Okay, next we have Rich Blaustein. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thanks very much for this very interesting and informative discussion. My name is Rich Blaustein. I'm a journalist with Climate Brief, published by the Continuing Education of the Bar of California. I have a three-part question, but they're pretty compact, and I hope maybe Matt Botil may comment on one. The first thing is, what's the status of 45Q? Is that going to be decided in the current budgetary work with, a budget coming out of the House, and we'll see what the Senate decides? Second, what are in place the incentives on the state for carbon capture in terms of LCFS and anything else? And the third part, is there in fact any fully executed and operational carbon capture at a perhaps industrial site operating in California yet? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Noah or some of the other panelists might want to take the question on 45Q, and I can take the question.
Happy to, Matt. 45Q, yes, it's up to Congress to determine what they want to do with that. My guess is that there's a significant and consistent bipartisan support for that piece of legislation. I don't expect that Congress will significantly alter that, but again, it's up to them to determine what they want to do with that tax credit.
Thanks, Noah. And so on your question on incentives in California, I'll go to the most obvious and clear example that we have at CARB, which is under our low carbon fuel standard, we do allow for crediting for CCS and direct air capture projects. The eligibility for those are dictated by a protocol that we have here at CARB that we've adopted that also makes it clear that the type of capture and sequestration that needs to happen for those projects, so it is somewhat limited. Part of the SB 905 work is meant to have CARB also evaluate additional projects and utilization and sequestration types and look at additional protocols to allow for the expansion of potential eligible projects. And so we do have incentives available. They're not currently being utilized because of some of the limitations on the protocol and on just the ability to review those projects. And then there have been other state level efforts to look at opportunities to find carbon negative approaches through the Department of Conservation, for instance, and the Energy Commission. Your question about operating CCS projects in the state, not at scale. There have been some pilot projects. There are some pilot and scaling up direct air capture and utilization approaches in California. We are seeing some projects start to get off the ground. I mentioned the the Kern Lebec project, as well as others that are happening around CRC and Calpine. We will have a panel presentation after this one, actually starting in about 5 minutes, of the technology developers that will also speak to some of the projects in California. And welcome any other input from the panelists as well, if you guys want to jump.
Yeah, I'll add two quick things. That there are a handful of commercial scale carbon management projects in operation across the U.S., mostly in the Gulf Coast and throughout the Great Plains, on ethanol fermentation, steam methane reforming. There's some on there's one on a coal power plant. So there's definitely full scale operations that are there today. We also have a lot of research and smaller scale pilots that are underway today. And a big piece of the work that the National Carbon Capture Center in Wilsonville, Alabama is doing is really to try and understand how to minimize any of the air pollution and water pollution impacts that could result from carbon capture facilities. I will say on that front, though, that carbon management and carbon capture specifically on industrial point sources does not work well if the flue gas is dirty. So it can only really be applied if the system is already clean or is cleaned up. And there's lots of emerging analysis about how to make sure that the capture itself does not create any unintended negative air or water impacts. And I encourage folks to look at the research that's coming out of the National Carbon Capture Center and lots of other academic institutions. Texas Bureau of Economic Geology and UT Austin are doing some great work on this, as is the National Energy Technology Lab in West Virginia and Pennsylvania.
This is Alexia. I would just also add that carbon removal is not new to carbon markets. So many of these technologies that Noah's talking about are relatively new. Some of them are not, but we do have quite a bit of experience working to quantify and conduct monitoring, reporting, and verification with these types of projects. But just to double score also something that was said earlier, what carbon markets do is they put a price on carbon. And outside of California, where we actually have a price on carbon through the cap and trade program, if you're not in a covered sector or you're in a different state, you probably don't have a price on carbon if you are a company that's operating in the private sector. And so what these markets do is enable us to price this pollution and help get them thinking about how they can address them in a way that they just otherwise are not going to do. And so we hear a lot about, carbon markets extend the life of assets. They don't. Like, what they do is they mitigate the pollution that these assets are already currently dumping into the atmosphere for free. And they enable us to start to ask these companies, because that's really all we can do if we're not regulating them, to think about pricing the externality and incorporating it into its business model. So in the private sector, money is the thing that talks, and money is the thing that changes behavior. And so what these markets do is they enable us to start mobilizing money to address climate pollution in a meaningful way.
Thanks, Noah. Thanks, Alexia. We have time for one more comment, and then we are going to move on to the next panel. So, Alex.
Okay. Last commenter is Gabriel Stolzfus. You can go ahead and unmute yourself now.
Hey, thanks so much for this presentation. Just kind of a question on, so we've talked about how this is going to be potentially a part of the cap and trade program. Obviously, there's a delta between a lot of the pricing on CDR per ton versus what pricing we're seeing in cap and trade right now and probably in the near future. So I'm kind of curious if anyone has an idea on when that price level convergence might happen, how they imagine that happening, and what the timeline might look like for when you would have, an incentive in the cap and trade program for the purchase of CDR credits.
So curious if maybe Alexia or Joanna want to jump in here, or Noah too, for that matter. I will say that, as the regulator over the cap and trade program, what we have within that program and what we've signaled as we, have talked and considered updates to that program is that certainly CCUS as a way to reduce emissions from covered facilities is an opportunity under the program. And the question that you're asking with respect to pricing, comes down to a question of whether or not the removals or CCS per ton cost can drop sufficiently enough to create the incentive. But cap and trade can play a role in supporting these, but it may not be the place that pays for all of the removals that or the 100% of the cost associated with it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think it would be helpful in kind of clarifying the standards and providing some of that incentive, but ultimately it's going to take time for particularly many of the early carbon removal technologies to come down sufficiently in cost to be competitive purely on a price basis. The cost curves look really different. We have technologies that are as low as $200 or $150 a ton, and pretty durable today. We also have ones that are expensive direct air capture that could be $500 to $1,000 a ton. And so it'll be really important to kind of get some of those early facilities built so that we can hopefully get to what we think they could be and as cheap as we think they could be, so they can ultimately play a role in some of the more compliance markets and be useful there.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think that is just in the interest of keeping tight with our schedule. That is the last question we are able to take at the moment. We will go over at the end, and there are instructions on our website of how to submit a written comment if you were not able to jump in. And we will have other panel opportunities. So if the subject matter of those panels is relevant to your question as well, that is another opportunity for you to jump in. So I want to thank you again, Alexia, Joanna, and Noah for being here today. That was an excellent conversation.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
All right. So now we're moving on to our second panel of the day, which focuses on some of the breadth, not comprehensively because there's so many technologies in development right now, but carbon capture, removal, and utilization technologies that are ranging from the more established side of things to those that are really emerging in the space right now. So our theme for today is in deploying and scaling these technologies to achieve carbon neutrality. How ready are we, and what role can regulations play in mobilization? So we're going to have 4 panelists for this discussion today. We're going to start with Connor Woodrich, the Director of Government Affairs at Forterra Corporation. Nora Cohen-Brown, Head of Market Development and Policy at Charm Industrial. Kyla Westfall, the VP of External Affairs at Ebb Carbon. And then we're going to end with Brian Swan, the Director of Resource Strategy at SMUD, the Sacramento Municipal Utility District. So moving right along, I'm going to check with Connor that he's all good to start his presentation, and then I will pass it on. Thank you.
Good, Rachel. Can you guys see that?
Yes, it is in subset editing mode right now, not full screen.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
In the lower right corner near the Zoom function, there's that little monitor box there. That's for full screen.
Which? Oh, sorry.
Right there. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Thank you very much. As Rachel mentioned, my name is Connor Woodrich. I'm Director of Government Affairs at Forterra. We are a clean cement company that is headquartered in San Jose, and we opened up our first commercial facility in Northern California late last year. I just want to say thank you to Rachel and to Matt and to the rest of the CARB staff for inviting us here today, and the other panelists as well. It's been a very interesting discussion. So our intellectual property was first developed in 2007. It's calcium carbonate, a polymorph, which is known as vaterite, which exists in nature for a couple of milliseconds as coral reefs are growing. Our first commercial pour was in 2010, and we broke ground on our commercial facility in Redding, California in 2022. And as I mentioned, it's now operational. And it's producing about 15,000 tons of clean cement a year, while mineralizing about 6,700 tons of carbon. So cement and concrete are not interchangeable. Cement is the glue that binds concrete together. Although cement only makes up about 15% of concrete by volume, it accounts for around 90% of total CO2 emissions associated with concrete. And in California, that number is closer to around 2% of California emissions, which is around 9 million tons per year. So in California, you can see that there are 7 operating cement facilities across the state. Our facility is co-located with the facility in Redding. And that's kind of the value, the promise of our technology is that we bolt on top of an existing cement facility. We lower their emissions, not only just carbon emissions, but also other criteria air pollutants. And we increase their capacity in a brownfield manner. So it's probably very unlikely that new cement facilities will be permitted within the next couple of years in California. So we see our flexibility as a true value to the existing industry. really the promise of this is, and we like to joke at Forterra that we are future-proofing existing cement facilities. And the reason that is because as localities, as states, as perhaps federal governments focus more on reducing industrial emissions, we provide a lifeline to these very powerful economic and required to exist in society cement facilities. After water, concrete is the second most used resource on Earth. So it's just an incredible, we walk on it, the built environment surrounds all of us, and it's imperative that we keep these lifelines open so that we can continue building. So this is a very, very brief overview of our process. Traditionally, when you're creating ordinary Portland cement, which is kind of the OPC, which is the most common cement use in the United States, you mine about 2 tons of limestone and you put it through a kiln at 1600 degrees Celsius. And in doing so, to bring that kiln up to 1600 degrees Celsius, you have to fire it with fossil fuels. So that's your first source of carbon emissions. And your second source is when you calcine the limestone. So when you bring it up to 1600 degrees Celsius, it reduces an additional carbon atom. With the Forterra process, we do not lose any of that carbon. We keep it all in our system and mineralize it and turn it into this vaterite and into this cement. So it's efficient. And as some of the other panelists have mentioned, folks are trying, there is a green premium and people need that in order to scale up and commercialize their technology. Forterra is fortunate because of our efficiency, we don't charge a green premium. And the cement business is one of very small margins. So it's the market acceptance of our product has been significant as well. This is just a brief overview of what our facility up in Reading looks like. Our 2 inputs, as I mentioned, are raw lime and then the exhaust from our partner. And we don't treat the kiln exhaust at all. We have 2 fans that blow it into our reactors. And in number 2 is where we're dissolving the lime. Number 3 is where we're mineralizing it together with that carbon dioxide and those criteria air pollutants. And then 4, 5, 6, and 7 are just about removing the salt bath that we put the lime and the CO2 in. And then that step 8 is us shipping it out. And we're actually very proud. We're partnering with a local university in Reading. They are expanding their engineering and nursing program. And so we are donating all of the cement for that product. So, our focus on the community in Reading has been throughout the last, 3 years, 4 years of construction, because we know that we need a community that loves us and that sees us as a good neighbor and sees our value. Otherwise, we don't really have a social license to operate. So that's key to our performance in Reading. So as I mentioned, this is just a picture of the piping that brings directly from the kiln into our processes. It's a couple hundred feet of piping and including the fans that I mentioned, but it's a direct tie-in to the emissions. There's no flue gas separation. There's no treatment of the flue gas. We use industrial grade CO2 to create our cement that pulls directly from the kiln into our proprietary chemistry. So I think with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Rachel.
All right. Thank you so much, Connor. Nora, if you are ready to get started, I will pass it over to you.
Again, I'm Nora. I'm from CHARM, and I'm excited to share a little bit about what we do at CHARM because we have a very different approach than a lot of other methodologies because we have a very small and modular solution that takes advantage of undervalued resources, things like wildfire residues and orphan wells in order to remove carbon. So next slide, please. So the way that our process works is that we first select feedstocks based on sustainability criteria that are in our very rigorous MRV protocol, which I'll talk more about later. But those feedstocks are generally wildfire fuel reduction residues, so woody biomass that doesn't have another market, or things like corn stover or other agricultural residue that generally either get burned or rot on the field. In a lot of cases, there's not a market or really another way to dispose of these residues. And so it's extremely helpful for us to be able to actually purchase them and utilize them for carbon removal. Once we've identified those residues, we put them through a fast pyrolysis process, which basically means we heat them up with very little oxygen, and that creates a very carbon-rich biooil. That biooil is very viscous. It's like really thick and sticky. It smells like barbecue sauce, but ours is not food grade. However, if you are looking at a bottle of barbecue sauce, there's an ingredient called liquid smoke. That's basically what we produce through this process, but we produce a lot of it and not the edible version. So that biooil, once we produced it, is something that has a lot of embodied carbon within it. So we take that biooil and then we repurpose existing orphan wells or other or salt caverns, basically end of life injection assets, in order to store the carbon permanently. Biooil is really thick, as I've mentioned, and it's very heavy. So once we put it underground, it sinks within the formation. It has a very, very small plume radius, so it doesn't travel very far once we've stored it. And so it's an extremely permanent form of carbon removal. I'll also note that we do produce biochar as well, which we can provide to farmers to put back on the field, which also has a carbon benefit, but also has a benefit in terms of being able to support soil health as well. Next slide, please. Our solution is very small. This is a picture of the current pyrolyzer we use, which processes 1 to 2 tons per day of biomass. At scale, we expect our units to process between 10 to 15 tons of biomass a day. And what that means is that we're able to transport our pyrolyzers on containers, which means that we can go to the source of the biomass. So at scale, our plan is to have a network of these small pyrolyzers so that we can then inject the biooil nearby, and it also helps with the logistics of removing biomass residues. So for instance, when you're looking at a forest thinning project, we're able to go to that project, which enables us to to decrease the costs and the logistics associated with managing that biomass. Also, the process is self-heating. So once we start the process, it doesn't really take outside energy and it doesn't require outside water. So it's extremely resource efficient. And then, as I noted, we're able to reuse existing resources for our process. Next slide, please. The process has several benefits aside from being a carbon removal process. We are basically doing the reverse of taking oil out of the ground by because we're putting it back in, we actually use really the same skill set as already exists in oil and gas, and we're also able to reuse oil and gas resources. So we create a lot of jobs and also are able to fix abandoned wells. As I noted earlier, we have a lot of air quality and wildfire mitigation impacts by being able to take these biomass supplies that currently really don't have a home. And also we pay for the biomass residues that we use. So there's also an investment that we're making in the communities that we work in terms of paying for a product that's currently a waste. Next slide, please. As an example, this past year, we did a pilot with the Inyo National Forest. There was a large-scale thinning project that was a public-private partnership between the Inyo National Forest and several different NGOs, including the National Forest Foundation and the White Bark Foundation. And during that pilot, we actually went on site in the Inyo and were basically able to take some of the results of thinning projects there that currently didn't have, any market or really a plan for, they didn't really have a plan for what to do with that biomass. So that's an example of the kinds of impacts that we can have in California. Next slide, please. Another important part of our process is we have put a great deal of effort into the measurement, reporting, and verification behind the work that we're doing. We have worked with Isometric to put together an extremely rigorous protocol. And then they now have outside verifiers that work with us to verify each one of our removals. So next slide, please. On CHARM's website, you can actually see the full life cycle analysis of all of our deliveries. There's really no point for us to do what we're doing unless we know for sure that we're removing as much carbon as possible. And what I'll say too is that it means it creates a lot of clarity for our team around the efficiency of the technology and making sure that we minimize to the full extent possible any issues with like any emissions that are associated with our process, which currently are very low. And so you can go to our ledger and you can see this waterfall graphic for any one of the over 7,000 removals that we've done to date. And also our removals are listed on Isometric's registry as well. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, I think we're really happy to be here because I think one of the most important messages that we'd like to get across is just that we can't get to net zero in California without carbon removal. And we really need the kinds of regulatory frameworks that CARB is working on in order to responsibly deploy carbon removal technologies in California. But also these technologies are innovative companies that can have a lot of benefits and environmental and public health benefits, not just economic benefits for Californians. But the types of regulatory frameworks that California is considering are things that are really helpful for companies like ours as we try to attract investment and secure financing, but also, are important guardrails that make sure that what we do is deployed safely and effectively in California. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Nora. Kyla, if you are ready, please feel free to take over.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Okay, how does that look, Rachel?
Looking good.
Great. Okay. Hold on, I just got to get the rest of my controls going here.
We just lost your screen share, just so you know.
Okay, thanks. Give me 1 minute to troubleshoot this. How about, is that working?
That's working.
Yes.
And I'll just remind attendees that you can hold on raising hands until the Q&A session begins. All right, thank you, Kyla.
Yeah, no problem. Well, thanks for having me. My name is Kyla Westfall, and I am here to represent Ebb Carbon. I am the VP of External Affairs at Ebb Carbon, and we are a marine carbon dioxide removal company based in South San Francisco. So you can see our team outside of our office building there in South City. Today, I'll give you a brief overview of our approach to carbon dioxide removal and just bring you up to speed on our journey and progress to date. So before I dive into the solution that Ebb's developed, I always like to take a moment to acknowledge the challenge that we're up against. And the point here is twofold. A, that carbon dioxide removal is in no way a substitute for the hard work of decarbonization. And at the same time, we need to remove massive amounts of carbon from the atmosphere in order to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change on the scale of 5 to 10 gigatons of CO2 every year by mid-century. And that being said, this is really the reason why Ebb Carbon is focused on ocean-based carbon dioxide removal solutions. Our key insight here is that nature has really shown us what works. The ocean has been absorbing massive amounts of carbon dioxide for millions of years. And so our approach is really to enhance how the ocean naturally does this work already. To do that, we have developed an electrochemical technology that treats seawater and removes acid from it, which then enables the ocean to capture and store more carbon dioxide for us safely and durably. The other thing about our approach that makes it unique is that beyond the carbon dioxide removal component of it, we can also deliver local environmental benefits. One key one is reducing coastal acidity of the seawater, which has really been a major problem in places like Washington State, which we'll talk about a little bit later, that impacts things like oysters, shell-forming organisms in the water, which then also impacts communities and industries that rely on healthy oceans as well. And according to NOAA and the National Academy of Sciences, who both did independent evaluation of carbon dioxide removal pathways, our approach, which is called electrochemical ocean alkalinity enhancement, was evaluated as one of the most scalable and cost-effective pathways for durable carbon removal. And as I'll go through in a few slides, we've been demonstrating our solution at a national lab up in Washington State for the past several years to really prove this out. So there's a lot going on in this slide, but it's really meant to give you a high-level picture of how our process works. So on the left-hand side, we have a very, high-level conceptualization of our system, which is onshore. And then on the right-hand side, you're seeing the carbon dioxide removal process that's happening in the ocean after our process. So you can think of our process, the piece that's happening on shore, as requiring two main ingredients, salt water and low carbon electricity. And so what we do is pump seawater from the ocean onshore to where we treat it. And we separate that seawater into an alkaline stream and an acidic stream. The acidic stream we remove and make sure it does not return into the ocean. It can be used in a number of industrial applications. And then the alkaline seawater is what we return to the ocean. And that's where you're seeing it react kind of in these chemical equations on the bottom with the dissolved CO2 that's already in the seawater to form a stable form of carbon storage called bicarbonate. And then that then enables air-sea gas exchange, which pulls additional carbon dioxide into the water. Now, to move from that abstract to the tangible here, you're looking at our kind of core electrochemical technology. And this is in our labs in South San Francisco. So I like to think of this technology as kind of like just a big filter, right? It's made up of a series of membranes that are stacked together. What you're seeing on the left-hand side of this slide is a very small bench scale kind of test rig where we really test the membranes, see how they're performing. And then what you're seeing on the right-hand side is a full scale kind of stack of membranes. We call this the stack. It's about 200 membranes smushed together. And this is the size of the kind of core technology that gets deployed, just to give you a sense of that. And then those stacks are then combined into these modules. And you can see here, this is basically the size of a shipping container, the configuration to make this technology easy to deploy in the field. So for the past several years, we've been working, I mentioned, at the National Lab up at PNNL SQUIM. And the point of this work has really been to validate that our approach to carbon dioxide removal is safe and effective. And it's really intentional, our work here with these world-leading scientists. We have a 100-ton system installed where we've been kind of putting it through its paces and doing a bunch of different lab tests, including really verifying the process of CO2 drawdown. So using seawater from SQUIM Bay, processing it with our system, introducing it to tanks, and then measuring how much carbon dioxide is actually going into the tanks as a result of that. In the center here, you see a photo of some mesocosm studies with local biology, including oysters and sea hares, to really start to understand how we can have safe operating bounds in the wild when we deploy. And we've also worked with a modeling group, the Salish Sea Modeling Center, to start to simulate what would it look like to be deploying ocean alkalinity enhancement in Squim Bay, and what are the benefits we might see to countering ocean acidification in this area. And so the net result of all of this is publishable work that is designed to advance the entire field and also inform EB's next deployment, which I'll talk about in a minute. And alongside all of this laboratory work, we've also published a measurement, reporting, and verification protocol that really describes how we quantify, measure, and verify the carbon dioxide that we remove from the air due to our process. And just a quick note on ocean acidification and the relevance in Washington. I mentioned this earlier, but it's really no mistake that we're piloting in Washington because ocean acidification is such a existential risk to the state's marine habitat, communities, and economy. About 30% of the species in Puget Sound are vulnerable to acidification, and the state is really in kind of on the vanguard of identifying this problem and coming up with solutions to counter it. And so our technology has both this kind of global impact of carbon dioxide removal, but also potentially real local benefits to the state as well. So I mentioned kind of our next step and informing our next step. Project Makoma is a pilot project that is just down the road from Squim in Washington, about 20 miles or so, in Port Angeles. And this is really where we're going to be translating those insights and lessons that we've learned in the lab to the real world. What you're looking at here is a rendering of this pilot, and I'll orient you a little bit to what's on the slide. If you see in the red off the dock, that is a barge, and that's where we intake and outfall seawater. Once seawater is intaked from the barge, we then pump it over to the row of shipping containers you see on shore there. And that's where all that, the electrochemical technology is that separates the seawater into acidic and alkaline streams. And so, this is really a first of a kind project. And we worked really closely with the Port of Port Angeles, where this project is sited, local Indian tribes and regulators to really tailor the design of the project to fit this environment. And ecological safety has really been a cornerstone of this project, all the way from design into implementation. And so not only are we bringing those insights from PNNL Squim in terms of the research we've done there, we're also doing a ton of site-specific assessments and analyses to really understand the environment in which we're operating and identify any unknowns. And so a lot of this work looks like baselining water quality, surveying vegetation in the area, but there's also been some really unique aspects of this work, which is what you're looking at here, which is a novel study that we developed in collaboration with a local Indian tribe, where we were trying to assess and simulate in the lab what conditions might juvenile salmon, in this case, encounter in the wild while we're operating. And how can we ensure that those conditions aren't harmful? And so the local tribe actually donated their hatchery salmon for this. And you can see the setup you're looking at here is basically in the top funnel, that's basically contains our alkaline discharge, and then the fish are in the aquariums below, and we're pulsing that in to simulate a fish swimming by where we're operating. So that's one example of how we're, creatively also trying to answer questions that have come up as we've engaged with the community and critical stakeholders as we've developed this project. And while we're operating, we have worked with environmental consultants and marine ecologists to really develop rigorous safety protocols as well. So just a quick note on the permitting for Project Makoma. It requires 10 local, state, and federal permits to operate, which we were able to secure within 9 months, which we feel very, very good about, quicker than we expected, in fact. And the key permit, I think, to hone in on here is the NPDES permit, which the EPA provided guidance that this is the permit framework that is appropriate for the type of alkaline discharge that we are doing in order to remediate acidification and draw down CO2 pollution. So in Washington State, this permitting is delegated to the Department of Ecology. And because this is a first of a kind technology, we engage with the Department of Ecology very early, before we even had a specific site in mind, to help them understand our technology and really start to discuss the uniqueness of our eventual permit application. I mentioned engaging with local Indian tribes. We did engage with them very early on in this process. They are co-managers of natural resources in Washington State. So it's a critical piece of the work. And then we also did a lot of community stakeholder engagement early, often, and ongoing is our philosophy there, directly engaging with over 70 organizations in the area. And those engagements really shaped how we understand how the community sees our project and what they see as potential benefits. I think, for Project Makoma, this is a temporary pilot program, and so there's a lot of emphasis and overlap in terms of how the community wanted to learn more about what we're doing and the opportunity we have to provide some of that engagement and some of that education, working with local partners like the Community Boating Program and a local marine center, the Fierro Marine Center. And I already mentioned research with the local tribe, and that relationship is ongoing as well. Jobs were another clear community benefit that this region is interested in. This is Port Angeles is home to kind of some industries that have been in decline, like timber, and so they're looking for ways to revitalize and attract sustainable green businesses as well. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for everyone's time. The panelists, CARB, really appreciate it, and looking forward to the discussion after this.
Thank you so much, Kyla. Next up, we have Brian Swan. So Brian, if you'd like to jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if I can share my screen here. How's that? Is that coming across okay for everyone?
Yep, looks good. You're in presenter mode.
Great. All right, thanks for having me. I want to thank the CARB staff here for inviting me to speak. Rachel, thank you so much for working with me on this. Yeah, I'm gonna flip the perspective a bit here. Our SMUD's focus with respect to CCS, we're a publicly owned utility here in Sacramento in Northern California. Our interest in CCS is in a project that's being developed by Calpine at their Sutter Energy Center, just about 30 miles kind of due north of here, Sacramento. So that's kind of our perspective here as a potential off-taker of a carbon capture and sequestration project being retrofitted at the Sutter Energy Center. I'll lay some groundwork here real quick. SMUD's a community-owned, not-for-profit electric service company. We're the 6th largest community-owned utility in the U.S., second in the state behind LADWP. In service about 75 years, we service 645,000 customers across about 900 square miles here in the region. We're governed by a 7-member elected board of directors who really have an appetite for environmental leadership, and a lot of the goals that we prescribe to are really those that are desired by the communities that they each serve. And certainly the Zero Carbon Plan is a great example of that. It's something that the communities have been asking for. And in 2020, our board signed a climate emergency declaration asking staff to develop a plan to completely decarbonize our energy supply by 2030. We'll look at that plan here in a bit more detail in a few slides. Last thing I'll mention here is SMUD's rates are among the lowest in California and about 50% lower than one of the neighboring IOUs here in the region. So SMUD and its environmental leadership, we've really had a history of doing a lot of things in the environmental space early before mandated. I'll touch on a few items here just to draw that picture. In 1984, we developed what was at its time the first utility scale solar project down at the Rancho Seco site. 1 megawatt, pretty modest by today's measures, but at that time it was pretty monumental. We also pushed rooftop solar through our PV Pioneers program in 1991 through 2006. And since then, we've been on a real tear with respect to setting environmental goals for the organization and really pushing ahead. In 2010, we're actually the first utility in California to serve 20% of our load with eligible renewable energy. And we also set that goal for ourselves before any mandates of POUs, publicly owned utilities. I mentioned that Zero Carbon Plan that came around in the 2020-2021 timeframe. Again, that is a path we're on today, and it's really about reducing emissions in our portfolio, our energy portfolio, but it's also about contributing to the reduction of vehicles, emissions from vehicles and buildings in the region as well. All right, so this is what we call our placemat slide. It does a great job of kind of encapsulating the key tenets of our plan as well as the key pillars. The key tenets are really to remain affordable for our customers. We talked about on that first slide, our rates being so much lower than many in California. We like that. We want to keep it that way. We also have to ensure that we remain reliable through this transition, as well as looking for ways to engage with some of our most vulnerable customers. So those are the tenets. The key pillars here are kind of called out by number. Elements 1 and 2 here really repurpose natural gas generation. So we want to find ways to replace at least 2 of our power plants here in the short term, while looking at ways to reduce utilization of the remaining fleet. We have about 1,200 megawatts of gas on a 3,000 megawatt peak load. So, it's a significant amount of gas resource that we're looking to reduce and replace. And so pillar 2 here, expand proven clean technology, is focused on just that. So replacing the generation, the capacity we get from our thermal fleet with things we know and operate today. So this is really a no regrets part of our plan. And so, this area includes things like solar, wind, geothermal, biomass to some degree, as well as short duration energy storage. And this area we think can get us up to about 90% of the way there. I'll say up to, allows the next pillar really to provide more or less to try to achieve our goals. That pillar 3, which is to look at new technology and business models. You know, we're thinking about long duration energy storage here. We're thinking about clean alternative fuels such as hydrogen. We're thinking about carbon capture and sequestration in this bucket. And we're also, you know, expanding what we do with our customers. We really want to partner with our customers to you know, really leverage some of their connected devices to help reduce, again, utilization of our natural gas plants. But I do want to point out this area, when we developed the plan, was did identify carbon capture and sequestration as a potential technology that could help us in our goals. Pillar 4 here is really to pursue grants and alternative revenue sources to help reduce rate impacts to the customers, and just to keep our rates affordable is really the goal of that bucket. Pillar 5, maximize community benefits. We've committed to spending just over $60 million in our underserved communities here in Sacramento. Provide workforce development, education, and incentives on anything around the clean transition. And so on our energy supply, we're trying to reduce our emissions by about 2 million metric tons, but also we're shooting to electrify vehicles and buildings in the region to reduce additional GHG emissions by 1.365 million metric tons by 2030. And that also has a real local air quality benefit as well. So a little bit more about the 90-10 split. Again, up to about 90% of our emission reductions based on our resource planning studies could be achieved using proven clean technologies. So again, solar, battery storage, wind, geothermal, to some degree renewable fuels. But you know, with any challenging goal, the remaining 15 to 10% becomes very challenging, right? There's a number of operating conditions during the year that require you to have something that's you know, available 24/7. It's available for weeks on end. In fact, maybe even seasonal type resource like hydro that could help kind of address that remaining GHG gap. And so again, in this area, we're looking at long duration energy storage, CCS, hydrogen fuels, as well as other clean fuels that might be out there, virtual power plants and other customer programs. And I do want to note, you know, it's going to take a real portfolio approach. That's been our kind of song all along here, is that, you know, there's no silver bullet. It's really going to take kind of a buckshot approach to achieving our goals. And so the opportunity here on the CCS side is a carbon capture and sequestration retrofit to an existing 550 megawatt natural gas plant. It's the Sutter Energy Center up in Sutter County in Northern California here. Calpine's role in the project is as a developer, working with their sequestration partners to build, own, and operate the equipment, but also the sequestration site nearby the existing gas plant. SMUD's interest as a load serving entity here is really as a potential off-taker of the energy from the plant, which will help us, as we saw there, could help us meet our 2030 zero carbon goals. And just to be clear, we haven't, you know, seen a power purchase agreement for this project just yet, but we do anticipate speaking with our board in 2026 on this potential opportunity. A couple details about the retrofit project here. Calpine's expecting an online date of 2029. That project is expected to sequester about 1.7 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions per year. SMUD's interest is not the total there. We're looking at about 300 megawatts from that project. Capture rate's expected to be about 95 to 98%. And also, on the topic of water and droughts and that sort of thing, this is the first in the world air-cooled CCS facility that's being planned here. Another good thing about this project is, the majority of the project's in the ground. There's no new transmission needed. There's no new interconnection needed for this project. As well, there's a existing natural gas pipeline that will be used as the right-of-way to transport the CO2 from the Calpine Energy Center to the nearby geologic storage site. Last but not least here, I'll mention the funding received. Calpine has received a grant award of up to $270 million in 2023 from the DOE, not only for this project, but also for another project in Texas. It's the Baytown project of similar size, similar technology. And the last thing I'll mention here also is they have a demonstration project in Pittsburgh, California at the Los Medanos Energy Center that's proving to be pretty effective in carbon capture. They're currently experiencing capture rates of above 95% at that facility. Now, some portfolio benefits to SMUD. This project would reduce GHG emissions sooner than other promising technologies that are being developed. The term of the contract that's being discussed is kind of midterm, which allows us to kind of use this resource as a transitional clean resource to maybe some other cleaner technologies in the future that are not yet ready for commercial scalability. SMUD supports, this project supports SMUD's local reliability needs. It's interconnected with our balancing authority. We actually have transmission to this project that will allow deliverability of the energy from that project to our service territory here in Sacramento. And also, due to the proximity to our system, it also provides a lot in the way of load serving capability as well. Last but not least, there is just the benefit of external funding that reduces the cost of this resource potentially to our SMUD ratepayers. So this is my closing slide here, but some CCS program recommendations as being developed under SB 905. Three bullets here. Really, the first one's focused on safety. SMUD's number one priority with anything we do is really safety. And so we would like the program to ensure us careful and safe deployment of the technology, including risk analysis and monitoring of well sites and transportation. So extremely important here is the safety aspect of these types of projects. We'd also like to ask that through this program, regulatory certainty is provided to adopters of CCS technologies and projects, including describing how CCS reduces a resource's carbon emissions and related carbon obligations under cap and trade. And, really appreciate a pretty expeditious process here to develop this program. Again, I pointed out on the previous slide that we will be discussing a potential power purchase agreement with our board in 2026. It'd be extremely helpful knowing how CCS is viewed, especially under the cap and trade program. Last but not least, here is just alignment of treatment of CCS technologies across state agencies, across and the various reporting and accounting requirements. There's the SB 100 studies, the 2045 100% studies there. Power source disclosure, RPS, cap and trade. So if those all kind of align and allow for equal accounting across the board, that's really something that we desire as part of this program. So with that, I'll leave it there and just again thank you, Rachel, for having me speak here today.
So much, Brian, and thank you to the rest of our panelists. We are now going to move into the Q&A portion of panel 2. So I would ask that our 4 panelists, if you'd like to go back on camera, feel free. And if we have had any new attendees join us, I'll go over the directions of how to get involved in the Q&A really quick again. So we do have a little bit of extra time, which is great. We ask that initially those that raise hands try to have questions related to the panel topic at hand. I've been made aware that this bar below might not exactly reflect what you have on your screens, but using the raised hand function will allow our staff to call on you in the order your hand was raised. They will call your name when it's your turn to speak, and you may unmute yourself, ask your question. I will be displaying a 2-minute timer on screen here, so you have up to 2 minutes to speak. We won't have back and forth. You'll just pose your question or comment and then receive response. You may mute yourself, and then our staff will lower your hand for you, so you don't need to worry about that. So I am going to pass it over to our staff who will be handling questions, and we will go ahead and call on Matt Holmes first.
Okay, thank you. We got audio?
Good to go.
Okay. Mike just had a quick question for the folks from the Pacific Northwest Lab. If they had done any mapping here in the San Francisco Bay Estuary that they found favorable. That's all.
I can jump in on that one. Just to clarify, I do not represent the Pacific Northwest Lab in Sequim, Washington. So unfortunately, I can't comment on your question. I apologize for that. We are just working in the lab in partnership with PNNL Sequim.
And maybe I'll just jump in, Matt, to let you know that I'm aware that the Ocean Protection Council is also doing some kind of preliminary scientific evaluations of marine carbon dioxide removal strategies. I believe they may be having a public discussion on this coming up in the next week or so. So that might be another avenue for you to think about how some of the marine CDR approaches are being evaluated in California context.
Okay, our next comment comes from Christian Theuer. Christian, you should be on air if you are undoing your mute.
Hi, can you hear me, Jim?
Yeah, we can.
Hi, I'm with Heirloom Carbon. We're a direct air capture company also doing carbon removal, founded in California. Our technology uses limestone, removes CO2 from the air in a very permanent, highly measurable way. We operate a facility in Tracy. It was the first commercial direct air capture facility in the country. Our customers, very much like Evan Charm, a lot of technology companies, Microsoft, Meta, Stripe, and others, and recently United Airlines, who's going to be secured the right to buy up to 500,000 tons of CO2 to be sequestered or converted. I think like a lot of other carbon removal companies you've heard from today, there's a lot of commercial momentum in the space, there's a lot of technology momentum in the space, but to really get to climate meaningful volumes of carbon dioxide removal, there needs to be some policy-driven or regulatory-driven demand signals that allow us to really turn up the scale levers here and bring this to the volumes of carbon removal that CARB has called for in its scoping plan. So the question is, in addition to ensuring that CARB has the resources to implement SB 905, and we're very pleased by the governor's proposed budget there, how can SB 905, what's next? How does it enable the market drivers that can really bring technologies like CHARMs, like EBS, and like Heirlooms to scale on the timeline that aligns with the scoping plan?
Yeah, Christian, I can take that one. Thanks for hopping on and asking your question. So you've heard from a number of panelists too, also discussing the importance of finding additional market opportunities for captured CO2 or utilized CO2. Beyond LCFS, I've heard a number of comments about the importance on cap and trade and clarity there. I would actually kind of put this question back to the panel as well and welcome their input and to the public more broadly and to the comment docket on additional market opportunities that you all think that CARB should consider or the state of California should consider to help grow demand for CCUS and CDR more broadly. So with that, I'll open it up to the panelists if they would like to give their thoughts too.
I'm happy to speak to that a little bit. I mean, I guess first of all, I'd say to echo what Christian said, we're really hopeful that you all will get the resources that you need and are really supportive of the budget proposal. And to us, it's the highest priority for SB 905, for you all to have the resources to implement SB 905 to ensure that the protocols and all the different technologies can get assessed by CARB, et cetera, and all these other components of SB 905. But I'd say that there are a lot of things, we really hope that there are other mechanisms to help drive demand in California. I think using some of the other legislative vehicles that have, looked at things like compliance and reporting to help encourage companies to purchase from CDR companies to help fill the gaps. I think also looking at some non-traditional things, like for instance, in the case of what we do, where we're using, like liability biomass, are there ways to incentivize that for carbon removal? I think that there's sort of a version of that for a lot of different approaches. So I think there's a lot of different creative ways to help create additional demand in California.
Great. Do any of our other panelists have any comments on that?
I can jump in from the ocean kind of perspective on this. I think the value in creating long-term stable offtake through compliance markets can't be understated. It really can help us unlock financing, underwriting projects, et cetera. And then I also think, in terms of implementation, from the ocean's perspective, we want to support however we can and really hope to see a technology inclusive approach that has a priority on oceans, given the potential for scale and the local co-benefits associated with ocean-based solutions.
Okay, great. Would anybody else like to speak? If not, I can move on to our next attendee. And that would be Emily Turkle, followed by Stephen, Gary, and Paul. Emily, you should have the ability to unmute yourself and talk.
Hi, this is Emily with the U.S. Department of Energy. Quick question for Kyla. Would you mind listing the 10 permits that you received as a result of doing the Project Nakoma?
Yeah, give me one moment. I need to pull up a slide. So there's the NPDES permit. There is a Army Corps letter of permission. There is, I'm going to count them while we do this. There's the Endangered Species Act review and concurrence. And let me pull up my slide for the other ones. Give me one moment. Okay, so Army Corps of Engineers, letter of permission and nationwide permit, number 7. There's the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106 concurrence. There's Endangered Species Act, Section 7 concurrence. NPDES, which I shared already. Hydraulic project approval, which is from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. The State Environmental Policy Act, SEPA, which is through the state. There's the Shoreline Substantial Development Permit, City of Port Angeles. Critical Areas Ordinance Compliance, City of Port Angeles. Waste Disposal Authorization, City of Port Angeles. Building Permit.
I think I might jump in too. Kyla, nice job answering that question, a detailed one on the fly. Clearly you were prepared. One of the SB 905 requirements that is actually placed on CARB is to develop a voluntary unified permit portal for project applicants and for approving agencies, permit approving agencies, to be able to have a consolidated place for project documentation associated with a project. And what Kyla just highlighted is actually one of the real difficulties we're facing in trying to operationalize that unified permit portal, which is the complexity of the number of permits across the complexity of different project types. It's kind of an exponential equation here. And gathering that baseline information. It is something that we're working on. I look forward to having a future workshop on this topic, but it is no simple task, to say the least. All right, next commenter.
We have Stephen Rosenblum. Steve, would you like to unmute yourself and make your comment?
Hi, thanks again for letting me speak. I had a question for Brian Swan about the sequestration part of the Calpine project. He said that he's planning to use a previously used natural gas pipeline. An issue with transporting carbon dioxide is that in the presence of humidity, it's very corrosive. So has this pipeline been evaluated for possibility of enhanced corrosion in transporting carbon dioxide? I'm sure we're all well aware of the disaster that happened in Satarsha, Mississippi, with an old CO2 oil enhancement recovery pipeline that failed and produced a huge plume of carbon dioxide over a large area. And if such an accident occurred near a populated area, it would be a major disaster. Second question is, what are the characteristics of the sequestration site that's being planned? Is it a salt cavern, an old abandoned well? What have they done to ensure the integrity of that sequestration site? That's it. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblum. Yeah, so clarify the use of the gas pipelines, the use of the right of way of the gas pipeline. Hopefully I didn't confuse folks here, but yeah, it's the use of the right of way of the existing gas pipeline. On the geologic storage site, I can't speak to it too much since I'm not in the weeds here, but I can add that it's been a site that's been identified by many, including Morris Livermore National Labs, as a very good site for potential sequestration.
Thanks, Brian. And I'm just going to throw in a couple of points here too, which is under SB 905, our sister agency, the California Natural Resources Agency, in coordination with the PUC, was actually tasked with developing a proposal to the legislature on standards and framework for pipeline operation, for CO2 pipeline operation. CNRA delivered that report in 2023. You can find it online, and it makes a number of recommendations to ensure safe pipeline operation in California. It includes recommendations from the Office of State Fire Marshal, who also regulates pipeline transport here in the state of California.
Okay, on that note, I'll go to our next commenter. It's Gary Hughes. Gary, would you like to unmute yourself and share your comments with us?
Thank you so much. My name is Gary Hughes, and I work as a co-director with the international organization Biofuel Watch. And I'd like to express my concern about this entire event. I was really shocked at the pro-carbon market slant at the beginning. And though our organization focuses on the human rights and environmental harms arising from large-scale bioenergy, and especially carbon dioxide removal technologies such as bioenergy with carbon capture and sequestration, because of our involvement with the Hands Off Mother Earth Alliance and our global work to raise the alarm about marine geoengineering, I want to step in a little bit to the real heavy focus now on ocean alkalinity enhancement. It's really very technical, but I am horrified that CARB has done such a horrible job of alerting the public about the dangers of these technologies. And in particular as one example, the Joint Group of Experts on the Scientific Aspects of Marine Environmental Protection, GESEMP, has raised concerns about OAE and impacts on marine biodiversity. So I'm going to save my comment for the rest of my comments for later this afternoon. I'm glad that there's a diversity of speakers, but I'm very concerned about the way that CARB continues to drive speculative technologies without alerting the public to the dangers. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Look forward to the comments in the comment docket. And I will say just more broadly, you probably heard from the panel this morning, and I've said it a few times, that there is a real diversity of CCUS and CDR technologies and approaches out there. And pulling together this panel, we worked to try and make sure that we had representatives from various different sectors that were pursuing these technologies. There are certainly many more that are also out there that we could talk about and have as future dialogues. And part of the work that CARB is undertaking under SB 905 is to evaluate the efficacy of the various different CCUS and CDR technologies. We have a contract that we have let out that we are working on actively right now, and we expect that future workshops will get into even more technological approaches and other approaches in the future. So again, look forward to your comments and more to come on this topic. Next comment.
Okay, we have Paul Gross. Paul, would you like to unmute yourself and share your comment with us?
Hi, my name is Paul Gross, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Remora. We're a Detroit-based company that retrofits locomotives and semi-trucks with carbon capture systems. Our carbon capture systems can extract up to 60% of a vehicle's carbon emissions from its exhaust, while also reducing particulate matter and NOx emissions by 85%. Our technology is also modular, so in addition to trains and trucks, it can be applied to diesel generators, container ships, and other emission sources. So our technology reduces greenhouse gases and improves air quality by cutting particulate matter and NOx. And for this reason, it's not only aligned with the goal of SB 905, but also supports the state's broader goal of achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2045 and CARB's mandate to improve air quality. We have partnered with several major railroads to run pilots, and we're really excited to share that our first pilot will launch in Southern California next year. We could deploy hundreds of additional units in California by 2030, enabling us to make a major contribution to California's climate goals in the next few years. Incorporating mobile carbon capture technology into California's regulatory framework will be key to this effort. We're really excited that CARB is moving ahead with the SB 905 process, and we're eager to participate. For several years, we've been working to develop and deploy a technology that can integrate into this program, and we're looking forward to engaging in the process. We've already worked with experts to develop a rigorous protocol modeled after CARB's CCS protocol to account for the greenhouse gas benefits that could be delivered by innovative mobile carbon capture technologies. So really just wanted to comment to say we're ready to collaborate with CARB and the state to help California achieve its emissions reductions goals. Please just consider us an eager and willing partner throughout the process. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Looks like we have maybe one more hand up, Pamela Keeney. And I'll just do one additional call for any more comments. If you are interested in commenting, please raise your hand. If not, I have a question for the panelists.
Okay, Pamela, please make your comment for us. Unmute yourself and let us hear what you have to say.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pamela Keeney. I'm calling from or attending from Delaware today with the State of Delaware Air Quality Section. So in a prior life, I worked with lots of facilities and did mining and all kinds of things. And in the mining world, in order to extract anything from the earth, you had to have a load of particular permits in place, including 401, 404 from USHE, and a variety of others. So my question is for the company CHARM, if you say the process is kind of like taking oil out of the earth, but you're putting it back in, do you have to have the same type of permits and studies done to understand what the impact will be underground? Thank you.
Thanks, Pamela. That's a very good question. You're right. I did not go into the permitting side when I was talking through our technology. So yes, CHARM is regulated under EPA's underground injection control program. So we currently inject in class 5. We reuse oil and gas wells. We do mechanical integrity testing, and we do a lot of other well testing and often recomplete a well before we inject in it. So in fact, we're able to address some of the things like methane leaks before we even begin injecting. And then we plug and abandon those orphan wells at the end of our process. The properties of bio-oil are such that it's very predictable on the subsurface because it has such a small plume radius, and it actually hardens once it's been underground. So, NREL has the National Renewable Energy Lab in Colorado has done a lot of work on bio-oil and studying it. And as you might imagine, we do quite a bit of testing and monitoring as well. And we also kind of go above and beyond the UIC permit because of our very rigorous measurement, reporting, and verification framework. So, we do a lot of work to ensure that it's extremely safe and durable, are also have federal and state permits.
Thank you, Nora. All right, I've got one question for each of the panelists, and then I think we'll take a lunch break and reconvene. So if you could, I'd be interested in kind of starting with maybe Nora, and then Brian, Kyla, and then Connor. Just give us a few minutes on maybe some of the biggest challenges you've faced in deploying your technology, and if you're willing to offer up any suggestions on kind of what California in a regulatory context could do to help address those, feel free.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Matt. On CHARM's end, I'd say, we have some of the traditional challenges around just developing technology and deploying that technology, but we are already operational. But what I'd say is one of the challenges in California is how to navigate the permitting regulations when we're a novel technology that the regulations aren't necessarily written for. So I think that that's something that we're eager to work with the state on. Obviously, we want to be ensured that we're deploying responsibly. As I just talked about, we do a lot of work already around that. But I think that, right now, California doesn't have primacy over class 5. So it's a pretty lengthy process for us to be able to actually inject in California. And so that's one of the things that we see as a future challenge for our deployment. And there are probably similar challenges around, sort of like how you classify our mobile technology when it comes to some of the other permitting issues.
Thanks, Brian. I'll hand it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, SMUD's kind of not in the developer role with the Sutter carbon capture and sequestration project, but for us, I think as a potential off-taker of that project, I think the regulatory framework around it is something that we kind of struggle with since it's not there, right? And that's really what we're talking about today. But how does it help? Where does it fit into cap and trade and those sort of things? Those are kind of very important things to us, especially as some of the areas here in this area kind of impact what we might pay for the resource or how we might mitigate rate impacts to our customers. And separately, I think we're all aware federally there's some the difficulties around grant awards and tax credits and that sort of thing's also kind of a big unknown at this point, but also potentially a big challenge for us. So that's kind of the SWEP perspective there.
Thanks. Kyla?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think this really connects to a philosophy we hold at Ebb Carbon, which is most times you have to go slow in order to go fast. So, when developing a first of a kind technology, everyone is doing this for the first time, whether it's, us learning how to navigate permitting, how to deploy the technology, regulators from their perspective, coming up to speed on what the technology's purpose and how it works, and then fitting it into existing regulations. Everyone's wrapping their heads around this. And so there's a lot of necessary work in helping people understand, the approach to carbon removal. And this takes time and resources, but it's an investment you have to make. And I think it's something we really point to the work at PNNL SQUIM as like a really critical investment in, bringing the community and the broader community, I use that word in many senses, up to speed and provide them proof points, and demonstrate really, really scientifically our technology. I think what we have learned through our journey thus far is that we can operate under existing regulations, but similar to Nora's comments, these regulations just weren't designed for what we're doing. And so sometimes it can feel a little square peg in a round hole, whatever that saying is, right? And so that's just something we have learned along the way, and certainly can bring with us to our next deployments.
Thanks. All right, Connor, close us out.
Yeah, so Forterra has, when we were opening our 15,000 ton facility in Northern California, I think the biggest challenge, and you'll find this across the United States, cement facilities are generally located in more rural jurisdictions. And those jurisdictions tend to have fewer resources in their permit offices. So in Northern California, they didn't have expertise with our novel technology, so they shipped it out to an external third party, which just added significant delays to our permitting timeline. And because we rely entirely on private money, and our investors, that level of uncertainty was unacceptable. And then the other way I think that kind of we're meeting barriers right now is roughly half of all roughly half of all concrete consumption in the United States is from federal or state governments. So speaking to your sister agencies, Caltrans, other folks who are building, and just I think encouraging them to seek out novel low carbon materials is important for our broader adoption.
All right, thank you all. So I'm looking at the time. We are going to take a break for lunch for the workshop. Rachel, I think you'll hop back on, right? We're going to be back at 1. Do you want to do a quick logistics check before we take a break?
Yeah. So I just want to remind for our interpreters in the Spanish channels to make an announcement that we will pause the interpretation channel during the lunch hour, and then we will re-give instructions to join into those channels when we return at lunch at 1 p.m.
Great. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to the panelists. Look forward to reconvening at 1.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Rachel.
I hope everyone had a delicious lunch during our break. But let's jump back into it for the second half of our speaker series. So I am going to briefly kick it back over to our bilingual interpreters to refresh instructions on how we will be starting our Spanish channel for this afternoon's sessions. So go ahead, Heidi.
Thanks, Rachel. Buenas tardes, esperamos hayan disfrutado su almuerzo. Vamos a dar las instrucciones nuevamente en cómo acceder al canal en español para que escuchen la transmisión de esta presentación en español. Si está utilizando un computador, en un momento que den las indicaciones van a ver en la parte inferior de la pantalla un globo terráqueo, el símbolo de un globo terráqueo. Si no lo ven, pueden apretar los 3 puntos que están arriba de donde dice More. Ahí verán la opción para inglés-español, elija español. Y también, si desea escuchar solamente una voz, que es la voz de los intérpretes, puede apagar el audio original. Si nos está acompañando a través de un teléfono inteligente o tableta, también a través de los 3 puntos puede encontrar la opción del lenguaje, solo que en esta parte tiene que asegurarse de apretar un botón azul que dice Done o finalizado para poder activar la acción. Gracias. Thank you. Pedimos unos momentos mientras asignan el canal. Gracias.
Okay, we will just hold for one moment while the Spanish channel gets started. I will also remind everyone in this moment, as I forgot to, that we will be recording this session, and the full recording of the workshop will be made publicly available on our program's webpage. And it looks like we are good to go to begin our next session. So this portion of the workshop will be led by, excuse me, I'm sorry, there is part of this slide missing. I might need to refresh my slides really quick. Pardon me, everyone. There we go. Okay. This portion of our workshop will be led by 2 members of CARB's Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, Dr. Catherine Garupa, EJAC co-chair and a member of Central Valley Air Quality Coalition, as well as Marta Dina Aguerrelo, Executive Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility LA. So these 2 members are going to cover a little bit about what the committee does and then make an address as well. So I will hand it off to Dr. Catherine Garupa to begin.
Thank you, Rachel, and apologies that I don't have a slide deck to share. Normally, I do like to have visuals, but was on a short timeline to get ready for today's workshop. The Environmental Justice Advisory Committee was created in statute as a part of AB 32, the Global Warming Solutions Act, and our role is to advise the Air Resources Board on everything related to the scoping plan and its implementation, ensuring that impacts to environmental justice communities are considered and incorporated into planning processes. Since the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, or EJAC, reconvened during the 2021 scoping plan process, we have raised risks, the need for community consent, the questionable viability of carbon capture technologies, and the essential protections for communities that are central concerns related to the deployment of carbon capture, use, and storage. The San Joaquin Valley, the region that I come from and that Central Valley Air Quality Coalition organizes in, is the most polluted air basin in the entire United States for fine particles and one of the most polluted for ozone. We currently have over a dozen proposed carbon capture projects in process in our already existing overburdened environmental justice neighborhoods, layering injustice upon injustice. Among many issues, carbon capture only addresses production and not the full life cycle of fossil fuel consumption. Yet CARB's prompts and in the scoping plan process and the focus of today's workshop continues to normalize the assumption that we need carbon capture instead of foregrounding and prioritizing direct emissions reductions, which are more immediate, reliable, and health protective. As part of the scoping plan process, numerous EJ organizations worked to develop their own modeling and their own scenario that provided a pathway for getting to real zero emissions that did not rely on carbon capture. We know that a better way is possible. We often hear the IPCC analysis referenced to justify a need for carbon capture and direct air capture. Even that analysis states that it should be a technology of last resort if used and very narrowly applied to the hardest to decarbonize sectors, which is not what we are witnessing in the San Joaquin Valley of California. It's not coincidental that it is mostly oil companies that have lined up to benefit from the federal and state tax dollars and incentives around this technology. It's essentially another gold rush being built on the backs of our most disparately impacted communities, justified with false promises that somehow things will work out differently than all the previous iterations of polluting technology that was supposed to, quote unquote, save us. Continuing to allow public health and social costs to be externalized to environmental justice communities is not just failing those neighborhoods, it's accelerating the climate crisis. Furthermore, it doesn't pencil out from a financial standpoint, particularly given growing concerns on affordability for the cost of living in California. No doubt these companies will pass their costs through to consumers. Carbon capture is a very cost-intensive technology, and the costs will not go down over time because of the inputs that are required and because of the power generation necessary to run the carbon capture equipment. That electricity demand would be better used by putting the renewables onto our grid. Furthermore, it's a bad use of our tax dollars. And yet we know that Kern County, the oil fields production has been dropping for decades. And absolutely those tax revenues for local and county governments need to be replaced, which is why the state should be more invested and focused in crafting just transition plans that benefits communities and workers as a part of a phase out and as a part of CARB's commitment in the scoping plan to help envision what a just transition off fossil fuels looks like. We know that this is necessary to address the climate crisis and that we should start in environmental justice communities where it will be hardest to make this transition and where communities have been bearing a disproportionate cost. Despite all these facts, CARB is bulldozing forward and insisting that it's required to meet our climate goals, repeating that SB 905 gave them no new permitting authority to protect our communities, but CARB has existing permitting authority that they could use to implement the robust recommendations developed by the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. I do just want to briefly highlight a bit of the work that we've put in, and these different links live already on CARB's website. During the scoping plan process, in addition to our regular advisory duties, the EJAC coordinated and co-hosted a webinar on community concerns related to carbon capture that included science experts as well as impacted community members and organizers. Just this past summer, we also convened as a part of our regular meetings an expert panel on carbon capture and direct air capture, including topics such as pipeline safety and the implications in environmental law. We also passed a resolution, which I'm briefly going to screen share, and again, not read through in detail, but really highlight the, sorry, that's the wrong document. Highlight what our overall recommendations were. And then this link should be posted to the workshop website. And I'm referencing these things because the EJAC has been developing our positions for years. And so there's way more than I'm going to be able to summarize in just a few minutes. And if people are really interested in understanding our positions, then these would be key reference points to go back to. The webinar, the expert panel we had over the summer, and then the resolution that we passed a few months ago. So it's got all kinds of whereas clauses and be it further resolved and a lot of other explanations. I'll just note for editorial purposes, the highlighted text indicates language that we added because usually we bring these resolutions forward to the committee, we discuss them, and then we make edits as needed before finalizing them. So to focus in on our overall requests, no net increase in air pollution, ensuring that carbon capture projects cannot proceed if they threaten groundwater, surface water, or drinking water supplies, or increase water, soil, or air pollution. Prohibiting the siting of CCUS and DAC infrastructure in or near overburdened environmental justice communities, and implementing a minimum buffer distance of 10 miles from all capture, storage, and pipeline facilities, again, in recognition of the severe risk and the already overburdened situation that these communities are in. We also ask that CCUS and DAC projects be required to be powered solely by excess clean renewable energy, if such a thing exists as we move to electrification in California. And again, if not, then that renewable energy should be going directly to the grid instead of powering these facilities. We want notification and community engagement processes for residents and sensitive sites within buffer distances of planned project sites that include workshops and community meetings where concerns can be addressed and to discuss community benefits. Each project should have a full environmental impact report for all projects, informed by local and statewide adverse impact research and worst case scenario modeling. We also think it important to implement financial assurances that do not rely on the long-term fiscal health of companies, such as bonds and strong third-party insurance. Again, we should learn the lesson from the depletion of the oil fields and the number of idle and abandoned wells that companies have abandoned and our communities suffer from when they leak, and that are contributing to climate change through doing things like leaking methane. We don't have enough taxpayer dollars currently to be able to clean those up. Finally, we've asked that projects not be allowed to generate credits for carbon markets like the low carbon fuel standard or the cap and trade program, because this undermines the goal of getting to net zero emissions. If the idea is to address legacy emissions, if you generate a credit with the project, all you're doing is balancing things out. You're not actually reducing legacy emissions. This practice of crediting would perpetuate business as usual, and it opens up the possibility that we're going to double count reductions and dangerously delay progress. If this technology is implemented, we are putting the public trust at risk if we're implementing it in places that we don't need to implement it at very high costs. This is something that CARB should be taking really seriously, even if they don't care about environmental justice concerns. So I want to close with just a couple of thoughts and then pass it to my colleague Martha Dina if she's available. I know she might not be, based on other things that are going on in the background. I want to thank the CARB staff who did help support with the preparation, Rachel and others who advocated for us internally for EJAC to be able to have a speaking role today, recognizing that we have pointed to carbon capture as a priority issue for us. The workshop process, unfortunately, was chaotic and disappointing. I was notified just about 2 weeks ago with no pre-planning and no coordination on scheduling, and today unfortunately overlaps with an existing all-day meeting for my coalition that I stepped away from to be here. I prefer only to participate in workshops when I can listen in on what other speakers said and what the conversation was like and be responsive to that. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to today. In fact, I only received an agenda and guiding questions on Monday, so did my best with what I was given. And when I asked for a colleague who supports a standing EJAC member and helped shape our resolution to join me as a co-presenter, I was told no because that this space was reserved for EJAC. But a fundamental principle of the environmental justice movement is that communities speak for themselves. So why can't we choose who we present with? We have on numerous other occasions, and it's disappointing for CARB to draw a line on this priority topic. We hear continued claims, even in implementing SB 905 from the Air Resources Board, that they lack capacity, but for under-resourced and overstretched environmental justice organizations, it rings hollow at an agency that has over 1,000 staff. We would ask that you move forward expeditiously in focusing on the community protections aspect of this and not enabling things like crediting for industry that are going to continue to put our communities at risk. And with that, I will close and see if Martha Dina is available.
All right, thank you. Unfortunately, Martha Dina did have to step away for a conflicting issue. So we are going to move along to a question and answer, impromptu question and answer session up until our 1:30 panel 3. So I'm going to go ahead and get my screen shared again here. So this portion of the Q&A will be, apologies, I shared incorrectly. One moment, please. This portion of the Q&A will allow general comments about anything related to SB 905 or program implementation. Sorry about that. Oh, Lord. Okay, so I am going to call on our staff colleague to, if there's hands raised, to begin calling on participants.
Yes, we currently have one hand raised. Stephen Rosenblum, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. Thanks again for letting me speak. I was wondering if Dr. Garupa is still there. So I have a question for her.
Yes.
Oh, great. Yeah, I really appreciate your work on the EJAC, and I've been following the committee's work for the last 2 years. I had a question for you about your position on carbon capture and direct carbon removal. We heard this morning about ways of removing carbon that actually have negative emissions, such as mineralization or zero carbon cement. Of course, it's right to oppose smokestack carbon removal, which I think you are mostly referring to, where a polluting industry such as a steam methane reforming facility captures its carbon emissions and continues to carry on. And at best, it's net zero, and at worst, it's actually a contributor to global warming. The question for you is whether the EJAC would support direct carbon removal, which actually removes carbon from the atmosphere, and if so, under what conditions would that be acceptable?
Yeah, thank you for your question. And it also reminds me that as I was focused on the bullet points of the resolution, I skipped over the whereas parts, but it does clearly state that the EJAC is opposed to engineered carbon capture, use and storage, and direct air capture. And I don't want to characterize the position of the EJAC because we are a diversity of members. So in this case, in providing a bit more specific of a response, I'll focus on what I know is CVAC's position, which is even with direct air capture. For example, there is a project in the northern San Joaquin Valley operating right now. There are all kinds of related sources of pollution. So for instance, they're transporting the carbon on and off site through heavy duty diesel trucks. So that alone is increasing emissions that aren't addressed. As I already mentioned, related to the resolution as well, there are the pieces of equipment that generate the power to run some of the equipment, again, depending on the application. And we are concerned that you are only addressing one part of the life cycle of emissions if you're doing carbon capture at a facility. So direct air capture, you know, again, I get that there are some nuances there, but we really have to think about the whole life cycle of running that type of facility, what the inputs and the outputs are. I would say we are particularly concerned about the deployment that we're seeing right now that is heavily focused in the energy and biomass sectors. And in the oil fields related to oil extraction, even though technically it's on the books in California that it's against the law to use carbon capture for enhanced oil recovery, which is its most typical and widely known use, you know, that continues to be at risk, as well as thinking about other risks like if it's not being transported by trucks, it's being transported by pipes. What is the safety of those pipes? We don't really have those pipes right now. We don't have adequate protection. So it is a complicated issue. I think we did our best to summarize those positions in the resolution, and it is focused on engineered carbon capture. But in the applications we've seen it so far, for the most part, direct air capture is also problematic.
Thank you. Next, we have Claire Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. First of all, I really want to thank Dr. Gropa for her presentation, and I especially want to thank the EJAC panel and team for what they have been doing, because I'm an economics professor at UC Berkeley and teach sustainability and climate policy. And I've been so impressed with their recommendations. They've worked really hard without any kind of research staff and have just come up with really good recommendations. And so I always keep wondering, why doesn't CARB pay more attention to them? Now, Catherine can't answer that, but I think CARB and the CARB board really do need to pay more attention to the CARB EJAC recommendations, because they really do represent the community experience and knowledge, and a lot of work on their part to pull together their recommendations. And so I hope that we can find a way to maybe provide them with even more staff and support, and find ways that we can get them to have a louder voice in what goes on with CARB. I just want to thank you, Catherine, and your entire panel for all you're doing, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Claire. And if there aren't other commenters, I did want to note, I think Martha Dina was able to rejoin as a participant. So if she could be promoted, and I think we have a few minutes left, it would be really great to hear from her.
We do. Oh, sorry. We just lost our raised hand. So I'll pass it on to Rachel.
Thank you. I do not see Martha. I don't see her in the attendee list.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Anyway, I'm sorry to be late, and I don't know what Catherine said, but I do want to say a few things that for a number of years now, the environmental justice community and the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee have been deeply concerned with this technology and at the pace with which it's being pushed as a major solution. Many of the technologies are unproven, are still in the development phase, and as one of the earlier speakers noted, one of the advantages that is seen from the business perspective of these technologies is that it can be built on top of existing infrastructure. We cannot forget that existing infrastructure often is our environmental justice communities who, for a very long time, have borne the burdens of fossil fuel industries and the cement kilns and other pollution sources. This raises significant concerns that this balance of benefits and burdens is not being adequately looked at from the perspective of frontline communities, and that we have most of the workshops over the last few years have been, how do we do this, and figuring out what way to sell it to the environmental justice community through community benefits or other tools. But what we have not seen is a serious analysis of the benefits and burdens and the risks of the technology. What we have not seen is actual listening to the environmental justice community and the concerns that many of our communities have expressed. And often our lived experience as living in environmental justice communities is borne out by research. And so I think it's incredibly important to not discount that experience as somehow not scientific or not rooted in reality. And so we think that, and I've said this before, that our communities exist, the environmental justice community exists as a movement because of failures of regulatory structures and things to actually protect communities. And so as we enter into this SB 905 process, we should have a permitting process that makes it clear, no net increase in pollution, air pollution or water pollution, a real discussion of the risks associated with the technologies, and real guardrails, because we are putting a lot of trust, and many communities put a lot of trust into the legislative process, that we would get guardrails through SB 905. But if all we hear from CARB and experts and the people they invite are about, the great promise of this technology, when many of these technologies that have been promised have not benefited our communities. So I think what I would like to propose is, as moving forward, I do want to, Matt talked about wanting to do another workshop, that you collaborate with us and co-designing a workshop that actually makes us look at what are the worst case scenarios. What does reversibility look like as we move forward with technologies that aren't proven? We know pipes leak, storage leaks, right? What are those real risks? What are the full hazards? And the only people who can tell us the full range of hazards associated with the different technologies are the companies themselves. So full transparency and disclosure. You're capturing carbon, but to many of our communities who live and breathe at the fence line, that carbon is the co-pollutant. And so, what are the air pollution impacts? Whether, we keep hearing some of it cleans it, we hear that it actually increases other pollutants. So we really need to know that from a trusted source. And for us, a trusted source may not be the industry, because people are living with the impacts of industry that is able to operate under rules that don't center on protecting health. So I really do invite the staff of CARB to work with us more closely so that we can actually understand the burdens and the health impacts, and bringing health experts and community members to have this conversation so we can fully understand what the issues are and develop strong regulations that will actually be centered on protecting health. Thanks.
Thanks, Martha Dina, and appreciate you jumping back on there, and being able to share your thoughts. Just real quickly, we're getting close to 1:30. A couple of points that I was hoping to make, which is appreciate Catherine's comments and the EJAC resolution. We do, as she mentioned, have that resolution posted on our website, as well as a response from CARB staff on the EJAC resolution, and available publicly. And Martha Dina, to your point, there is a component of SB 905 that calls for CARB's regulations to ensure that projects include strategies to minimize co-pollutants and minimize local air and water pollution impacts from construction and transport of the project associated with the projects. And these are aspects that we look forward to working with you and others as we move forward on the regulatory process. And you're right. I did say earlier this morning that we would do more workshops, and that is a key component of the rulemaking process. So look forward to engaging on those topics further as we are able to actually launch that effort. I see that we have one hand up, but we are also at 1:30. Let me just double check here. Maybe what we'll do, since it's just one last hand, we'll call on the remaining commenter, and then we'll go to panel 3. If Catherine and Martha, that's okay with you, might go a couple of minutes over 1:30. Okay, let's do that.
Sounds good. Alfred Sattler, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you to Dr. Grupa and Martha for your presentations there. And I guess one question to ask both of you and of CARB is what additional technical support, what additional support would be helpful, would be useful for ensuring community safety, whether it would be some additional equipment for monitoring for leaks, or monitoring for non-CO2 emissions as well as CO2 emissions, or what? So I guess that's my general question. Trouble is I'm a technical person, so I think in technical terms, but that may or may not be appropriate.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I'll take a quick pass and then see what you have to add, Martha Dina. For me, I would say it goes back to foregrounding what Martha Dina was sharing, and which I also touched on in my comments, which is first we have to talk about what the hazards and risks are. Because yes, monitoring is helpful, but also that's finding out as it's happening. So first we should be talking about worst case scenarios. First, we should be evaluating what all of the different issues are. Again, should there be monitoring requirements? Yes. What happens if there's a leak? Nobody's been able to answer that for me, right? And so, I mean, I think that there are the things that we know that we need to look at and data that could be gathered on the back end, but we need proactive solutions in the first place. And we need to ask, should we actually be doing this, or should we be doing something else? I think the questions and the conversation has to start there before we advance to what type of monitoring do we need? What do you think, Martha Dina?
Absolutely. I think, as someone who's done a lot of work on how to implement the precautionary principle, the idea of doing a real alternatives assessment so that you understand, and a central part of the precautionary principle is full disclosure of information. So all of the hazards, what are the chemicals being used, what's in, what else is produced, what are the byproducts, what are the unintended consequences, really have interrogating those things. And then, how much can you prevent? And then once, and then even asking, do we need this, right? Because there are some folks who said, well, we may not need this. There may be other ways to capture the carbon. There may be other ways to focus on reducing them. And so I think all of that is a really essential part of figuring that out. But the monitoring and all those things, those happen afterwards, right? And we don't have a good history of like forever monitoring, right? You have to at least 100 years. We don't have a good track record to base trust on.
So just to respect everybody's time, we are going to move to panel 3. I'll make a quick note on that last question because I think there was a portion of it directed at us. We did in the intro slides at the very end, which are posted publicly, include a series of questions. Some of those questions relate to feedback associated with project monitoring. So welcome feedback to those of you that are more technically inclined that want to give us feedback on approaches to criteria toxics monitoring. Please look at those questions and respond back in the comments docket. Dr. Catherine, Martha, thank you for the time. I'm going to give it back to Rachel here, who's going to kick us off for panel 3.
All right, thanks, Matt, and thank you, Dr. Garupa and Martha Dina. I appreciate it. We are now moving into panel 3, bringing broader benefits with CCUS and CDR deployment. The main theme that we coalesced around here amongst our panelists is how can California and others realize broader benefits beyond greenhouse gas reductions and carbon removals for disadvantaged, low-income, rural, and tribal communities. And I do see that there's a typo in there, so I apologize for that. I want to welcome our 4 panelists for this session. These include Ben Grove, Carbon Storage Senior Manager at the Clean Air Task Force, Brett Zuner, Environmental Equity Community Impact Lead for the Foundation of California Community Colleges, Sam Uden, Co-founder and Managing Director for Net Zero California, and Genevieve Amsalam, Director of Air and Climate Justice at the Central California Environmental Justice Network. So I'm going to go ahead. If you are ready, Ben, I'm going to queue up your slides, and if you want to unmute yourself.
Excellent. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Cool.
Let me just make sure to get your slides good. All right. Does this look good for everyone?
I'm not seeing the slides yet. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
All right. Take it away.
All right. Thanks, Rachel, and thanks, CARB, for having me. I'm Ben Grove with Clean Air Task Force. I'm a geologist by training. Been working in the CCS space for over a decade now, and I've been with CATF for the past 4 years. Much of my work these days is focused on carbon management, state policy and regulation, and research, including in California. I'd like to start off with just a brief overview of who we are. Actually, you could advance to the next slide. It's all good. And then I plan to share some results from a couple of CATF studies that examined potential economic and non-CO2 reduction benefits of CCS. And I'll wrap up with a few quick thoughts on CCS monitoring and transparency, as I think it's relevant to the implementation of 905. So quickly, CATF's a global nonprofit climate organization. We work to catalyze deployment of technologies that are needed to achieve a zero emissions economy. And one of those technologies is carbon capture and storage. We have a program at CATF that's focused on CCS, and this is where I sit in the org. Our approach is really, changing policies, technologies, and business models through an advocacy lens. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. I'm going to be quick here. I just want to kick off the discussion on economic benefits with a high-level primer on CCS costs and economics, because I think this is important context. So at a really high level, CCS projects have 3 main pieces to their value chains, and each of these have distinct and varying costs. Capture is the costliest piece, and I want to highlight here that capture costs are highly variable, and they're dependent on the facility type that you're capturing from. So sources that are very high purity CO2 streams, as Noah actually mentioned earlier in the day, like ethanol plants, have pretty low capture costs, lower than sources with more dilute CO2 streams like cement plants. And similarly, transportation costs for CO2 can vary greatly depending on the mode of transportation. Pipelines are by far the least expensive option, and barge is also relatively inexpensive, whereas trucking and rail are quite costly. So depending on the facility type you're capturing from and the type of project, the economics of a given project can range from firmly economical to borderline at best. And I think this is important to remember when considering the available economic headroom of a given project and how that translates to potential community benefits in the form of economic benefits. Next slide, please. So a few years ago, landowners, community members in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta region were starting to be approached by project developers who were interested in using the pore space under their land for geologic storage of CO2. And these landowners wanted to make informed decisions on the value of their pore space. And historically, there hasn't really been much of an established market for pore space. So CATF and Lawrence Livermore National Lab produced a report called Sharing the Benefits that aimed to inform landowners and communities about CCS economics in California and what that means for potential economic benefits. We analyzed numerous case studies for hypothetical CCS projects in California across a range of sectors, and found that the ability for a given project to deliver benefits to host communities and local landowners, it's influenced by the economics of individual projects. There's a lot more detail in the report, but I'll just cover some high-level findings here. Incentives like the 45Q tax credit and low carbon fuel standard are really critical for project viability. And projects that qualify or are eligible for both 45Q and LCFS, like ethanol plants, for example, are firmly economical and can deliver strong benefits to local landowners and host communities. Whereas projects that are not eligible for LCFS, like cement plants, face more challenging economics, and this is going to influence their ability to deliver economic benefits. So project viability, as I mentioned, really is heavily dependent on the concentration of CO2 in a facility's flue gas and the ability to utilize low-cost transportation options. So the available economic headroom of a given project really, again, has a strong influence on the potential benefits, and this can vary a lot. So next slide, please. So to sum things up here, we found that in order for CCS and CDR projects to succeed in California, they really must concurrently serve the needs of the climate, first and foremost, in terms of emissions reductions. They need to make economic sense for developers, and they need to serve the needs of individual host communities and local landowners. And because of the complexity and variability across different projects, we believe it's essential for project developers to have an open and transparent conversations with local landowners and host communities about the economics of their projects and how the project may best serve their respective needs. We did not identify any community benefits best practices in this study, as this was out of scope and community needs are very individualized. But we believe CCS projects in California have the potential to deliver economic benefits to host communities, though. And this report was really intended to serve as a resource for better understanding complex project economics, CCS, and how they vary across projects. Again, this is available online on Lawrence Livermore National Lab's website if you want more information on it. Can you go to the next slide, please? So now I'd like to cover another study that CATF did on potential co-benefits of CCS with respect to reduction of non-CO2 criteria air pollutants associated with CCS projects. So at a high level, flue gas from industrial facilities often has much more than CO2, including a variety of criteria air pollutant emissions like SOx, NOx, particulate matter, etc. And these pollutants degrade the carbon capture system and therefore require pre-treatment to remove them from the flue gas before CO2 can be captured. So the goal of this study was to better understand the potential impacts of adding carbon capture on the releases of criteria air pollutants from industrial sources. So for this study, we looked at 2 cement plants, one in California and one in Texas, and 2 refineries, again, one in California and one in Texas, and we considered carbon capture on specific stacks from these facilities, including the fluid catalytic crackers on refineries and the calciner kilns on the cement plants. And these stacks were chosen because they're typically the largest sources of CO2 emissions at these types of facilities, and they're generally well suited for carbon capture. Also, more broadly, we chose cement plants and refineries as these 2 industries account for significant CO2 emissions in the US. So the plants we looked at in California were the Mojave cement plant and the Martinez refinery. And these plants were selected because they represent high emitters, and we wanted to determine the upper bound of pollution reduction potential associated with carbon capture. So we assumed an amine capture system with a 90% capture rate We chose amine capture because it's currently, the most commercially available capture technology. And we hired an engineering firm that has deep expertise in designing capture equipment to design a system for these plants, including voluntary criteria pollutant controls that would be necessary to deploy prior to capturing CO2. Without these controls installed, again, the amine capture system would foul up and not be able to operate effectively. I don't have time to go into the details of each pre-treatment technology, but the report is available on our website and provides a lot of data and information that I won't be able to get to today. We also included auxiliary boilers for operating the capture systems that will require fuel to produce steam, and modeled the CO2 emissions impact of including those. Can you go to the next slide, please? So I just quickly wanted to show a map of the facilities that we looked at for this study. Again, these plants were chosen because they're large emitters and they would require pre-treatment prior to installing carbon capture. And so if you go to the next slide, we'll get to the results. So we found, these facilities, again, would require certain pre-treatment technology like SO2 scrubbers and others. And we modeled what the changes in non-CO2 pollutants would be based on available air permit data for these specific stacks. So first off, net CO2 reductions from these stacks were 87%, which accounts for the auxiliary boilers to operate the capture systems. Then SO2 sees the most impressive reductions and is virtually eliminated. And particulate matter emissions are significantly reduced, well over 90% for all these facilities. Reductions in particulate matter will also reduce associated particulate matter related hazardous air pollutants, but we did not directly quantify that in this analysis. NOx emissions see a more moderate decrease, and this really varies across different facilities, which is based on, one, the availability of cost-effective NOx controls, but also the differences in NOx species. And so the NOx reductions actually largely occur in the amine capture system itself, and not all NOx species react with the amines in the capture system. So you see some variability there. On the other hand, we also found that volatile organic compound emissions may increase slightly. And this is due to amine slippage at the top of the adsorber column of the capture system. We did not look at control options for mitigating increases in VOC emissions in this study, but there are some options available, like water washes, to mitigate these emissions. I'll also note that while VOCs did increase, the increase is small and represents a very small percentage of a facility's overall VOC emissions. This is included in the report if you'd like to read more about it. I'll also note that we looked at a specific commercially available amine solvent, but cleaner and more efficient CO2 absorption methods could have different results and could decrease the additional VOC emissions. There's a lot to learn still on this topic, particularly around different capture technologies. We only looked at one. Additional analysis is also needed to determine the potential impacts of an increase in VOC emissions relative to decrease in NOx emissions, particularly for regions in non-attainment for ozone. And this is something that I think should be considered when permitting these projects and is relevant to implementation of 905. So in summary, this study is an example of desk research and modeling, and it is not a direct measurement of real changes in emissions associated with installation of carbon capture. Pre-treatment is typically required at these facilities before carbon capture can be deployed, and this pre-treatment has the potential to significantly decrease certain non-CO2 criteria pollutants. And again, while we only looked at one particular capture technology, there are other capture technologies available or in development right now that will likely have different pollution reduction potential. And this is an area that's ripe for further research. Additionally, just quickly wanted to plug that CATF is currently working on a California cement decarbonization study of where we'll look at different decarbonization pathways for cement and emissions reduction potential of various technologies. And we welcome input on this work. And I'm going to have my contact info on the final slide, should that be something you'd like to discuss with us. So could you move on to the next slide? I'm going to wrap up soon. This is my last slide. I know I'm running short on time. So I just want to wrap up with a few thoughts on monitoring of geologic storage and associated data sharing. So I recently spoke at a monitoring workshop at Stanford, and I was blown away by the advances in monitoring and the current state of monitoring technologies for geologic storage. However, the technology is robust and sophisticated. MMV plans, or monitoring, measurement, and verification plans, are really complex, and they generally lack accessibility to non-experts. For example, I would not expect any of my family members to be able to read an MMV plan and make sense of it. And so with that said, I think there are two areas that come to mind to me that are opportunities to bridge this gap. And first, I think community involvement in developing MMV plans could really bolster public acceptance of CCS projects. And on this front, I think operators really they need to understand the needs and concerns of individual communities and work directly with host communities to address these concerns in their MMV plans. And secondly, I think there's a lot that can be improved with respect to monitoring data, transparency, and accessibility. As mentioned earlier, MMV data and plans are pretty complex and relatively inaccessible to the public. I think that a centralized hub, and this is mentioned already as part of implementation 905, for monitoring and project data would really help make MMV more accessible. And I think this is something that's really relevant to the implementation of 905. Moreover, the monitoring data that is shared, it also needs to be properly contextualized to be more accessible to the public. And perhaps this is an area that artificial intelligence could be leveraged to make large and complex data sets more accessible. Not entirely sure, but I think these two pieces are be really important for making this data and the whole process of monitoring more accessible to the public. And so just to sum up, MMV technologies are pretty incredible. I think there's a lot we can do to ensure that communities understand how these technologies work, why they're deployed, and what monitoring data actually means. And I think this is pretty important for the success of these projects. So if you go to the next slide, it's just my final slide with contact info. That's all I have. And I think next we're turning it over to Brett. So thanks.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Ben. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. And Brett, if you are ready, feel free to take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, can everybody see these slides?
Yep, we're looking good.
Okay, great. So my name is Brett Zuner. I manage our environmental equity program at the Foundation for California Community Colleges. Some of the work that I manage includes subcontractor implementation of programs like Replace Your Ride, Driving Clean Assistance Program, and also in our department, Smog Check Referee Program, CARB Diesel Hotline, and then leadership development opportunities for community college students to conduct outreach on issues ranging from forestry to wildfire prevention, clean mobility, and energy. So lots of exciting work. And the foundation, for those who aren't familiar, was established in 1998. We're the official auxiliary nonprofit, and we support the community colleges and work really closely with the chancellor's office. You can see some of our kind of program highlights, and really we're just a trusted partner to the state and system, as well as to our community partners. I've been really working to facilitate collaboration and expand collective capacity. And so I also want to highlight just the unique strengths of community colleges, especially as they relate to community benefits work. So obviously the huge physical and operational footprint and this ability to modernize those, climatize them, decarbonize, deep community ties, looking at community colleges as anchors in their respective communities. And then of course, the essential roles in workforce development that are, I think, a salient component of our work. And all of this convening together really represents an opportunity to support this kind of work. And I'll go into aspects of that in the presentation. So I'm here today because we did a project with CARB. We did activities conducted under a contract with CARB, with Natalie Lee, who's I saw on the call, her team, and did this work to craft guidance for community benefit plans for carbon management projects. And so the three goals of the project were to allow stakeholders to share feedback on carbon management, CBPs, or community benefit plans, with the Air Resources Board, or CARB, and to document stakeholder feedback from existing comments, literature, but also interviews and in-person listening sessions that we can organized and conducted. And then synthesizing all of that to provide guidance to develop effective CBPs, intended audience there for the entities pursuing the projects, also known as project operators, or POs. And so the project overview, these are kind of the 5 main components: literature review, stakeholder interviews, listening sessions, recommendations for the CBPs, and a template and resources for implementing that. And I want to focus on the stakeholder interviews piece of this because we're talking about community benefits and how to realize those. And this is an integral part of that, a critical part. So in the project, we conducted 14 qualitative interviews. We used a pre-constructed interview guide that we crafted based on a literature review. And we had 5 distinct stakeholder types: industry, like the POs or project operators; union or labor representation; community-based organizations, or CBOs; NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, just larger kind of nonprofits; and then academia or research-based organizations. And questions really focused on how prescriptive should the CBP be, what specific benefits should be included or not, consensus building, monitoring, which you've heard a lot about, evaluation. And then we also held 2 in-person listening sessions, which were essentially focus groups, one in Stockton, California, and one in Bakersfield, California, held there because of the kind of high amount of carbon management project activity in these areas, both currently and what's being proposed and planned. And the events were held at community colleges. So linking back to what I said earlier, and we did receive feedback from attendees that the colleges felt like neutral convening spaces. And it's important to consider that because when we think about power dynamics, real or perceived, and the types of spaces that we're conducting activities to develop, implement, monitor, sustain the community benefit plans, where you are is important. And it does influence outcomes and everything else, as well as who's in the room, of course. And we did open-ended discussion questions and then activity-based questions in the listening session. And one thing I wanted to highlight was the community benefits and the feedback we received. So in the interview and focus group, we went through different benefits that we identified through the literature review, as well as iteratively added to the list as we did more engagement and people highlighted or emphasized certain things. So you can see, there's stakeholder engagement, community events, methods to monitor, tribal specific engagement, improved infrastructure, pre-apprenticeship, running the gamut here. And this is not all of them, but you can see visually that the majority of people, let me see the slide, there we go. The majority of folks that we talked to said must include engagement and events to facilitate that engagement. This was almost universal and across the different stakeholder groups. Everyone was pretty much in agreement that this is essential to do a community benefit plan. Very few people actually said things should not be included. And a lot of it was this should or may include. And even for the must, if you look at our notes, a lot of the must had like asterisks or caveats to them of, well, must, but what if that isn't applicable to our community? And that's something I'm going to emphasize today, is this flexibility and really self-identified and unique approach on a community case-by-case basis to community benefit plans. And another thing that we heard emphasized and did more research into was consensus and resolution strategies. So we have to have transparency and open communication to have an effective community benefit plan. And the method for building consensus needs to be co-created and co-established. There needs to be consensus on the consensus approach, if that makes sense. And there also needs to be clear, pre-agreed upon methods for resolving disputes that are agreed upon in advance. Union and labor stakeholders actually had a lot to say about this because they have existing mediation, arbitration systems and processes that could be modeled in something like this. But just important to note that there needs to be structure here and agreement amongst everyone on how you're going to move forward and deal with inevitable disagreement. And then we received feedback on community impacts in these areas. You can see on the screen. I wanted to highlight, though, the last one, environmental benefits. And we heard from several stakeholders concerns, and we heard them today actually in the presentation from EJAC and others earlier, this concern around point source capture and this idea that the reduction of pollutants that are coming from this work should not be counted as a benefit in a community benefits plan, because that's something that should already be happening. There shouldn't be that sort of double dipping. This is something we heard a lot and also have seen in the literature review. And it's also important to note that CARB is required by SB 905 to minimize the co-pollutants already. So maybe other environmental benefits could be realized if a community identifies water quality at a local park. This is just one example that came up. The PO could install a bioswale and manage it and agree to manage that bioswale at the park. And that addresses a need that the community self-identified, but maybe isn't even directly related to the actual project. So that would be a benefit here and not the reduction of co-pollution. So when we think about recommendations for the benefits, I just want to show you this very quickly process overview of community benefit plan. This overview, as well as the material that we have made through our project with CARB, will be made available later this year. So we'll be sure to work with Natalie's team to get that out, and then you can dig into what is shown here. But the key elements of a successful plan that we identified were transparency, so an essential building block of trust. And it looks like sharing meeting notes, sharing outcomes of meetings, sharing the benefits that are identified, so others who are at different stages of their projects can see and glean ideas from that. And that was something both industry and community-based stakeholders agreed on. They want to share the outcomes of this because they don't want to start from scratch every time. And accountability, which is also necessary for trust, and to build consensus and resolve disagreements, as well as a standard of due diligence, which was emphasized in our report and also was noted earlier in the first panel, and valuing the process and trusting the process. So having due diligence, transparency, accountability in your process, you can move forward with some uncertainty, having that trust there. So the outcomes will happen, but if you focus too much on those and not the process, you may end up not achieving it in a way that's appropriate and acceptable to everybody involved. And of course, sustaining the relationship, this has come up a lot today, it can't be transactional, and a CBP should be viewed as a mechanism to develop and or repair or heal relationships that are sustained past the CBP, past the project, the community aspect of this. It's not a one-time thing. And then flexibility was huge, which I kind of touched on with the graph or chart that I showed earlier. So flexibility was seen as preferred and most effective by virtually all our stakeholders that we engaged. So not being too specific and prescriptive on this is exactly the type of benefit that needs to be there, or you need this many benefits. It should be the community and the PO deciding collectively and landing somewhere. And as long as the process can be demonstrated that it was equitable, inclusive, fair, then where they land, if they're good with it, CARB should be good with it. And this was agreed upon amongst the stakeholders. And this recognition that with fair and meaningful community benefit plans, the project operator would benefit in the long run. So even though CARB is not requiring them, but is suggesting them, it's still a win for everyone to develop and in some cases repair these relationships and build trust, because it will help everyone in the long run. So I want to emphasize that. And then transparency, so SB 905, the directive for CARB to develop this online tracking system, we heard it mentioned a little bit earlier, and then it's supported by a diverse range of stakeholders, including all the undersigned orgs in the 2024 EJ letter for action on rulemaking. They emphasize this as well. And it also was brought up by industry stakeholders that they want to see this transparent source and repository of information here. And other specific recommendations like access to data, participatory monitoring. So Ben's presentation earlier, I love that last slide. And how can we bring the community and bring people of all backgrounds into that process so they understand. So the citizen science aspect of it, and maybe even a third party monitor so that we're leveling those power dynamics and imbalances and building trust. And then with that comes technical capacity. So we can't ask, we've talked a lot about capacity today, and it's just the reality. So that needs to be for all parties, something to think about and then investing in, because if you help your partners build capacity, it will help you too. So that's a good thing to do. And of course, the impact of federal policy changes. So as stated earlier today, we firmly believe that California has an opportunity to be a leader to preserve this work and preserve the progress that has been made to make community benefits an integral part of carbon management discussions. Federal requirements may weaken or disappear altogether, but a lack of competing guidelines may actually be beneficial. Instead of having to follow these federal requirements and then maybe suggested guidelines from the state, having just one thing to go off of, we were told might be actually a positive. And whether they're required or not, community benefit plans provide mutual benefit to all involved, especially the community and the project operators. So even if the federal government is stepping out of this, California is well positioned and should be the leader on this work to preserve it. And so with that, I thank you. I look forward to the Q&A. And these are our emails. So climate@foundationccc.org is our general inbox. And then you can reach me personally at bzeuner@foundationccc.org. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Danielle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brett. I'm going to move on to Sam. If you're ready to go, take it away.
You can see the slides, Rachel?
Yes, it's in. There we go. You're in presenter mode.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. My name is Sam Uden. I work for Net Zero California and appreciate the opportunity to present today. Have enjoyed all the presentations. So I'm going to talk about two opportunities for broader benefits from CCS and CDR in California that we organizationally have spent some time working on. The first is how a state biomass strategy, where biomass has been identified as having a high CDR potential, could also enable wildfire prevention, air pollution reduction, and rural and tribal economic benefits. Second, different topic,
is how alternative carbon infrastructure models, so they are models to develop transport and storage assets, could also enable affordability and community benefits. And so just a quick point on that. So, alternative models is a menu of options, but ranging, from kind of public ownership strategies on one end down to through kind of private ownership with kind of a utility regulatory model framework. And I'll talk more about that, and I'll also be using the UK as a case study and sharing some slides that the UK Department of Energy provided us. So the first one, wildfire. So don't tell anyone on this Zoom that the state, we have a significant wildfire challenge. So the goal that the state has set is to, to reduce the risk of wildfire is to increase the pace and scale of fuels reduction treatments or forest treatments up to at least 1 million acres a year, and in the scoping plan up to 2.3 million acres a year. But the key barrier, because sort of we know what we want to do, but the key barrier is it's expensive, and so just as a to give you a sense of scale, the climate bond that was passed last year, the $10 billion climate resilience bond, provided $1.5 billion for wildfire resilience. And so, which is essential initial funding, but at scale, it's sort of, 4 months of work in a given year. So, new funding sources are needed. And so one option is to collect and convert the biomass from the fuels reduction work into high value end uses, such as, biomass to hydrogen with carbon capture and storage, or innovative wood products. So there's a few points I wanted to make about this, and I've emphasized one of them here, which is that, this biomass resource is a waste stream that if you do the work and right now, and there's no outlet for it, it's either pile burned or just left in a pile. And this is a significant concern for local groups that we collaborate with from a safety and public health perspective. The other part about this solution is these kind of end use options are non-combustion options. So we're not combusting the biomass for electricity. We're not doing pellets. These are kind of advanced technologies that also, to the third point I want to make was that they are, hydrogen and carbon removal and kind of wood products for building materials are identified in the state's scoping plan as well, technologies we need for our net zero goals. So, and lastly, these technology options, appear to have far more favorable economics than that have affected, more conventional biomass combustion projects in the past. So with that, if we kind of go that way, these are some of the broader benefits we could realize. So the first one, perhaps the most consequential is, catastrophic wildfire reduction. And so, and everything that kind of comes with that. So public health, public safety, a huge emissions reductions, given how big a source wildfire is in the state. The second is rural and tribal economic development. So if we are at scale operating and treating 2.3 million acres a year for forest health and wildfire prevention, we could accrue 20 to 30 million tons of forest waste. And so that could support, a kind of a portfolio of kind of community scale and larger scale manufacturing facilities in rural and tribal areas. So, a true kind of circular economy. And then I wanted to highlight as a case study, Reading Rancheria is a DOC grantee who's looking at a biomass to hydrogen with biochar project for the purpose of enabling wildfire resilience in their region. So, and then a third broader benefit is air pollution reduction, and from multiple areas. So avoided wildfire, avoided kind of pile burning. That may be good opportunities also for that in the Central Valley, where sort of field burning of agricultural residues is a challenge. And then, if you're producing products like hydrogen that can support a kind of a hydrogen economy and in heavy duty transport, you would be avoiding, and off-road, you'd be avoiding some PM 2.5 from diesel. So policy needs around this, I'm just going to highlight two key ones that actually were the product of, we did a biomass workshop this time last year with UC Davis, and then these on the right there are some of the sponsoring organizations. So, you've got the Intertribal Council of California and local groups like Sierra Institute, North Coast Resource Partnership, Sierra Business Council, and others. And two key policy recommendations that came out of that workshop was the first related to feedstock supply. So a challenge in California is that a majority of our forests are public lands. And so certainty is probably the wrong word there, just reliability is better. But so it kind of, establishing an ability to reliably obtain feedstock from public lands and some small scale private lands is an issue, and that the state is working on, but there are some pilot programs that could do with some additional support. And the second one is kind of revenue incentives for some of these non-combustion products. And so, the low carbon fuel standard is one option, a kind of a forest biomass pathway, and potentially others in the, I can't remember the bill number, but the kind of new buildings program that could support kind of innovative wood products. But for more information, I gather the slides will go around, so I've got some links there for additional analysis. Okay, so that's part one, the wildfire kind of biomass strategy opportunity. The second part, and this is a big concept, and I won't do, I'm looking at my clock here, I won't do proper justice to it in sort of 5 or 6 minutes, but I at least can highlight it as a potential strategy, which is these alternative infrastructure development models. So, and just kind of as a background, so today, if you wanted to develop a carbon storage project, you could, you go out and you need to assemble, you need, multiple sources of CO2 probably to justify your storage investment. And then the upstream, you've got capture developers who could be a cement plant, and they typically know very little about geology and geologic storage. So their interest is, I may retrofit my facility if I can offtake my CO2. And so there's a coordination issue that you have to overcome there. And then if you add kind of transport in the middle, which right now you cannot operate a CO2 pipe in California, but I think that's something to look at. Obviously, if we try to achieve our goals of 100 million tons a year, I think we're going to need pipelines. They also want to offtake on both sides. But so the overall point I'm trying to make is that there is this coordination challenge between 3 separate projects that occurs that kind of slows proceedings, and we don't have a lot of time. And so for that reason, providing direct government support, which is what I'm sort of talking about here in terms of alternative models, to enable development of carbon transport and storage infrastructure is, a concept and an option. So potential model options could include, as I mentioned, ranging from kind of public ownership strategies through P3, meaning public-private partnership strategies, to kind of private ownership with a regulated asset base, or sort of a utility model, another way to refer to that. And there are others. There's a real spectrum. This kind of model could be relevant to a handful of projects, or kind of be a broader state, kind of key core projects, or a broader state model. And then why might we need this? And so I mentioned a bit about the coordination challenge, but and sorry, you don't need to read this whole slide. But this is a slide from the UK Department of Energy that they provided to us in a briefing, and I've actually, in an appendix, I've put their whole deck for if anyone's interested to read later. This is their rationale for why they pursued what they call business models, which is what I've referred to as alternative models, as opposed to another kind of regime or incentive structure. I just want to highlight, just on the right in yellow, that the core reason is that they viewed that market failures and the significant barriers to entry meant that the private market alone would not deliver CCS at the scale and pace and scale that met their goals. And so their goals, just in the red box at the top, are quite similar to California: 20 to 30 million tons by 2030, and 75 to 180 million tons by 2050 is a broad range. But so that was there. This followed like sort of significant, kind of analysis by that kind of department and engagement with stakeholders. So now, sorry. There we go. So, I mean, I've just highlighted in here in yellow some just some kind of key reasons, but just in the interest of time, I will not dwell on them. So they looked at business models, and then what they ended up selecting was what they call a regulated asset-based model, but is a utility model, which is basically regulating transport and storage, carbon transport and storage infrastructure, similar to how we regulate transmission lines in the power sector, where they are a private owner that receives a kind of a regulated rate of return to operate, own and operate those assets in the interest of the system. And so they saw this model as overcoming their key pace, scale, and cost challenges. And so in yellow, I've also highlighted, the way the specific things they viewed as important. And then, on this issue of broader benefits, a key one that's worth highlighting is that they view a model like this as providing affordable and fair pricing structures for consumers while incentivizing efficient and effective operation of services. So I also just wanted to, just a few slides left, highlight, so in addition to, a model such as a utility model achieving the carbon deployment goals at low cost, some additional potential broader benefits of a model like this is it kind of a citing community benefit, which is that it may, adopting this kind of model may increase opportunities for community participation. So I highlight this example, Citizens Morongo, which is the Morongo, the Morongo band of, I've got the tribal name wrong, but they are a co-owner of a transmission line, and an equity stake and receive that kind of regulated rate of return, and are recognized by California ISO as a participating transmission owner. And there is this, that kind of official or formal model, I think, may have enabled that. And so they're an equity owner, they receive that return. And so that is, that formal model may, is viewed to have enabled that, that outcome. So another is long-term liability. So there, this is going to be a 905 kind of regulatory topic, but it's, it's possible that kind of a more robust state kind of program or capacity could help address issues related to long-term liability, particularly if there's a point where the state assumes liability for CO2. Appreciate that's a point of discussion. And then the last one is new job generation. So it's been identified that there's a transferable job opportunity from the oil and gas sector to carbon management, and that these kinds of models could enable that transition more quickly and with more security, in the similar region than no model at all. So next slide. Okay, and just very briefly, just going to mention the UK rollout strategy. So for how they rolled out this utility model. So they, map of the UK, identified different capture clusters in green. They established a TNS co, which is the regulated utility for each cluster. The TNS co then went and developed kind of a proposed network plan and business strategy. And then there's an initial settlement with the UK Department of Energy, and just wanted to highlight that they recently committed £21.7 billion over 25 years to two of the kind of leading sort of first mover hubs. And that is not, a part of that is like to help sort of cost share on the initial upfront capital investment. But then part of it is also, as they kind of roll the model out over time, it's sort of risk capital in case, things don't go to plan. So it's not necessarily, but that's the kind of commitment. So it's like just want to point out, it's quite a sizable commitment. And then the idea is that over time, capture entities become the rate payer, and the regulated rate of return is a transport and storage fee calculation. So that's what they've done so far. Lastly, my final slide, I just want to mention, so we sort of around this topic have initiated a research study with Princeton and Stanford, where we are going to look to develop a roadmap to the 100 million tonne per year target for the state. Key features, we're going to look at kind of multiple scenarios. We're going to do some geospatial mapping of notional TNS networks, transport and storage networks, and then a reverse engineering where we're basically going to think about what are the kind of sequence of actions you need when you factor in those kind of coordination challenges to kind of realize the deployment kind of roadmap that we identify. And as part of that, the role of alternative models in helping realize that rollout. So we're totally just starting this project and have intentions to reach out to probably a number of people listening in, but certainly reach out to us as well if you're interested. And then just to mention that there's about 25 slides from the UK Department of Energy that will be as part of the appendix to my presentation. So, okay, thanks, Rachel.
Thank you, Sam. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Genevieve, our last speaker of the day.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Genevieve Amsalem. I am the director of the Air and Climate Justice team at the Central California Environmental Justice Network, or CCEJN. And CCEJN works closely with communities, predominantly low-income communities of color, throughout the San Joaquin Valley, from Madera County down to Kern. And in our work on carbon capture and storage, we conduct thorough research on proposed projects, communicate project details to residents, and facilitate resident engagement in relevant decision-making, permitting, and regulatory processes. Today, I will be discussing 3 CCS projects proposed for our region. While some earlier presentations provided a high-level overview of CCS technologies, I will bring us down to the ground, to the fence line, to what is happening right now in our communities. But before we proceed, I want to 1, share the context for these projects, and 2, share a quick disclaimer. So to set the stage, our communities already face some of the worst air pollution in the nation. Many, especially rural communities, do not have access to clean drinking water. Water itself is a limited resource, and chronic exposure to environmental contaminants takes years off of our lives. The morning I took the picture on the left, I woke up feeling like I was being held down and forced to smoke a pack of cigarettes against my will. I thankfully escaped into the mountains that day, but was not happy knowing that my bed was back down there in the muck. So at a baseline, I personally, CCEJN, and the communities we work with would like to reduce pollution and not increase it. Now, the disclaimer is, of the 3 CCS projects I'm going to share today, I have removed identifying details about the projects so we can focus on the impacts and not the actors. And the information I'll present comes from publicly available draft permit applications and draft environmental impact reports. This information is in the proposal stage and subject to change, but if you would like details, we are happy to provide the primary documents. So this is Project A. It proposed to take an empty lot just about 2 miles from a small community and build a new biomass gasification unit. 483 heavy-duty trucks would bring woody biomass to the facility every week. A new fossil-fueled power plant would generate enough power to turn that solid biomass into a gas. And the gas would be used for energy, and the CO2 from the waste stream would be captured, condensed, dried, and pumped into the ground. So all of that very energy-intensive activity, and obviously the new power plant needed to create the energy for this process, would create a lot of air pollution for this community. What's expected was 45 new jobs, which is exciting. That seems like a community benefit. However, 1,565 pounds of toxic air contaminants were going to go into the air every year, and at least 61 tons of local air pollution. You know, we often talk about CO2 and climate change, but not about the co-pollutants. And these are the criteria air pollutants that our region is already in non-attainment for. And at least 16,000 tons of CO2 would still be vented into the air from this project. So this project, while it perhaps may seem great from a high level, for the community, it means increased air pollution and potential risks. Project B. Project B would capture CO2 off of an existing natural gas-fired power plant where that energy is used for oil production. And so it would capture the CO2, compress it, dry it out, and pump it into over 13 miles of pipeline. And then that CO2 would be pumped into an existing oil field. The concern with this project is all of the straws that are currently in the ground. And what I mean by straws are oil wells. So 157 oil wells would be plugged to try to keep the CO2 from rising up to the surface. As we know, CO2 is very buoyant. It wants to go up, especially when we compress it into a supercritical state. The draft EIR for this project states that personnel working in the area, so this is an oil field, multiple companies with multiple workers, personnel working in the area may be exposed to concentrations of CO2 that may result in fatalities. So if there is a pipeline leak or this comes out of an oil well, it is a real risk of death for personnel working in the area. An elementary school is also 2.5 miles from the proposed pipeline. This project is expected to bring 5 to 10 full-time jobs, and it may require up to 250,000 gallons of water a day to operate. What I want to highlight about Project B is that leaks happen. This is, I know it's a little hard to see here, but all those dots on the screen are either existing, new, canceled, active, idled, plug oil wells. This is an oil field we're looking at, but there's also communities in the midst of this. And just last month, the US EPA captured super emitter events of massive plumes of gas escaping from various oil wells and broken pipelines. And so while this seems scary, but maybe, a one-time thing, that's not the case. We work a lot in Kern County, and we know that oil and gas infrastructure leaks, and it leaks near communities. So if you look here, the State Methane Task Force and CalGEM have hosted inspections of various oil fields in Kern County, largely as a result of communities requesting it. And in the past 2 years, 235 oil wells were inspected by the state, and 103 of those were found to be leaking. So that's 44% of all oil wells inspected were leaking. And so when we say we fear buoyant toxic CO2 could come up an oil well, it's based on our experience dealing with chronically leaking oil and gas infrastructure. This is real and this is happening. Now, for Project C, I don't have a fun graphic for it. I apologize. But there are over 6,000 oil wells in the area of review for this project, and 15 extend into the injection zone. There are 8 schools within 2 miles that host thousands of young people. There's a hospital, there's a park, all in the area, and the nearest home is just 300 feet from the project site. And the estimated use of water is 1.3 million gallons a day. So the concern is that if there is a leak, when there is a leak, it could have really catastrophic impacts for communities, because this is not just methane. Now we're talking about a toxic gas. Now, I want to emphasize that I'm not seeking to provide a one-sided view of CCS. Many of the projects shared earlier today present solutions that seem safer or more beneficial and target different industries and technologies. And I'm not going to say all CCS is bad, but the projects I'm highlighting today are the ones that are in the most advanced stage of development for our region. This is the reality that we are facing on the ground. A recurring question received is, what community benefits should be associated with these projects? Or more broadly, how can we ensure that these projects deliver benefits to disadvantaged, low-income rural communities? And to address this, I wanted to share a perspective from a resident from one of these communities, Guadalupe Martinez, a resident of Delano. He was asked what he would like to see in a community benefit agreement, and I will share just a 15-second clip here. Please stop me if you can't hear the audio.
The benefit agreement, sometimes that's how they're going to get us to accept, because that's the question that you're asking me. What would it take for us to give it input? I'm not, because that's not where the issue is at. Because when there is a catastrophe, when there is a disaster, and you end up with thousands of people injured, dead, how are we going to pay? With what? With that agreement? It's not going to be money. That should not be our goal. That's not my goal. My goal is for you, engineer, agency, whoever you are, prove to me we're not going to have those catastrophes. My name is
In risk management, particularly in relation to worker safety and public health, there is a well-established hierarchy of controls ranging from most effective to least effective. The most effective risk management strategy is to eliminate the hazard entirely. The overwhelming majority of residents we've spoken to prefer that the projects I listed do not move forward. So to be clear, beyond preventing the approval of projects that pose significant risk to public health and safety, every other approach is a forced compromise. It is less effective. And I do not have time to go into every specific regulatory and safety measure that CARB and other agencies and project developers could implement to protect communities. I have linked these details here, but as Dr. Catherine Garupa-White shared, the EJAC has great recommendations. We have some recommendations direct from community voices that we have documented in our various meetings. And I'm happy to have more conversations and help facilitate regulators' direct interaction with residents. But this will be posted, and we would love for you to review it in your own convenience. But I guess as advice, if you are an industry professional, my one piece of advice would be, are you willing to live next to the project that you are proposing? Would you want your child to live next to it or go to school next to this project? If the answer is no, then I urge you to reconsider the project. If the answer is yes, please work with the community to seek their consent and co-develop an appropriate set of community benefits. I think Brett did a really great job of providing an overview of this, and so thank him for that input. But also thank you so much for listening, and thank you Rachel, Matt, and Rajinder, and the rest of the CARB staff for inviting me. I've included my colleague's email address here, who is CCEJAN's lead on CCS, if you would like to follow up or get more details. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Genevieve. So running a few minutes behind here, but not too bad. So let's go ahead and move on to the Q&A portion of this panel. All right. Hoping everyone, and I apologize, this timer is gonna cover some of the credentials here. Hoping everyone can see this. Okay. So same ground rules as previous panels. If you would like to ask a question to our broader benefits panelist, please use the raise hand function. Our staff will call on you when it's your turn to speak, and then you can go, we'll enable you to unmute yourself when called upon. Please begin by introducing yourself when you unmute. I'll have the 2-minute timer, speaking timer here for you to reference. And when you're done speaking, our staff will lower your hand for you. And then if we have some extra time at the end, we will take general questions or comments related to 905 as well.
Great. Okay, Alfred Sattler, please unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. Thank you to Rachel for coordinating all this. One question for Brett. You were saying that the location of the colleges felt like, and I couldn't quite understand what you said there. And then for Sam, what technology are you thinking about for biomass? And does your analysis include full life cycle emissions? And are you also thinking about orchard trimmings as well as trimmings or forest cuttings?
I can go first because I think that the question for me, I think, was a little more or smaller. Yeah, so the point that I was making there, and it doesn't need to be colleges. That's just where we conducted them, and that was a finding of it. I think the point there though is that it's important who's in the room. It's important like how the meeting is structured, how people can share information, who gets to speak and how, but also the place that you're meeting is important. So if you host like it's not appropriate for the project operator to host all the meetings on site. Like that probably with the power dynamic isn't going to produce good relationships, you know. And then also say a community-based organization, maybe they want to host it, and if they do, they should, but it shouldn't be expected or forced on them to host like in industry. I think as Genevieve said, there's existing historical relationships here, so those need to be respected. And so the degree to which you can find a third party space where all parties feel like they're at even level there or even playing field in that space will produce a better conversation and make it more even, and you'll get better results. And so and maybe I'm biased because we're the Foundation for California Community Colleges, but that's where we hosted it and it did work. But maybe a library or other like community spaces are good. Yeah, does that help?
Sorry, Brett, attendees don't respond after delivering their comment or questions.
Well, I hope it did. Thank you.
And I'll go. So thanks for the question. So the technologies that I want to say, I have in mind, it's really me kind of more policy person kind of communicating what the research and kind of the air board has identified as the kind of technologies of interest are non-combustion options. So for biomass waste, it could be a gasification or a pyrolysis to producing a fuel with carbon capture and storage. As kind of key examples. And then, wood products is another one where, although you do need slightly larger logs usually, although they are identified as a byproduct of forest health treatments, you could be producing, mass timber and strategies like similar strategies where you can offset the need for cement and steel in construction applications. So that's about technologies, the life cycle accounting. So there's a few groups that have done this, but the real probably a key one is Lawrence Livermore, and it is the kind of carbon negative outcome is basically on a life cycle assessment for a waste stream. So you basically start the system boundary at the pile, so the counterfactual is what would have happened if you didn't, I'm talking at a very high level as not a life cycle expert, what would have happened if you didn't kind of mobilize the pile. And so you don't necessarily have to make all the other upstream considerations. And then you're absolutely right. The orchard prunings would be a potential option. And in fact, maybe, given some of the contracting issues with for forest biomass, maybe a more viable starting place because it's a wood waste and the technology is sort of processes it the same way. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Thank you. Pamela Keeney, please unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Again, just another question. I was thinking about the doctor's presentation, and I believe the name was Martha Dina. So a question kind of directed to them, but for them, is there current EIS studies and environmental impact studies done or feasibility studies done on the projects that are planned to be implemented to capture this carbon that would be able to help to answer some of their questions? That was one thought that I had. And then the other thought is for Ben, you gave the examples of refineries and cement plants. I'm thinking other industries and refineries, they clean their air before they emit prior to release and emission. They do put in equipment to clean up the air. So is it economically feasible for these industries to incorporate these newer technologies to capture CO2? And will as they are cleaning up the air prior to emitting, is there enough CO2 left in the stream to even warrant the capture?
I can touch on the first question, if that seems appropriate. So every project is considered a major new source. And so the project operators need to submit their own environmental impact statement and abide by CEQA. And so most of the information I shared is coming from either a draft EIR or is coming from draft permitting applications to go to, say, the air district, because they also need permits to emit. So the details are definitely in those documents. The documents are not always full and complete, and that's why they are draft. Often they'll say that air pollution is significant and unavoidable, but we don't get actual tonnage. Or sometimes we do, but those documents do exist and are accessible. Thanks.
And to answer your second question, so on the economics of these things, the pretreatments the treatments that are already installed on a variety of facilities really depend on the age of the facility, the configuration, the type of plant, et cetera. And so the cost of pre-treatment for a given plant, if you're going to install carbon capture, can kind of vary a lot. We have in our report on this that I presented on the costs that we estimated for the pre-treatment options that would need to be deployed for these particular stacks. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it's on our website. But typically the pre-treatment costs are significantly lower than the carbon capture costs. While they're not zero and they do impact economics, you know, it's a pretty small piece compared to the overall capture system being installed. And then your second question, I believe, was, you know, if you have pre-treatment installed at a facility to clean up the flue gas to be able to capture the carbon, you know, does that remove some CO2, or rather, by the time it gets to a capture facility and equipment, how much CO2 is left? The pre-treatment is just removing like specific pollutants, like particulate matter. There are filters to remove that from the flue gas, SO2 scrubbers, and wet ESPs to remove SO2. You still have the CO2 of the flue gas intact. It's just basically purified before it goes to the capture equipment. So, you know, any losses would be incredibly minimal if there were any associated with the pre-treatment of the flue gas before it gets to the capture unit. But again, the report is on our website. If you want to explore more of the actual cost of these things, we have a cost breakdown of capture equipment at these facilities, as well as the pre-treatment.
I'd like to quickly add that that's looking at, I believe, Ben, please correct me if I'm not wrong, looking at the smokestack, that waste stream, but not the entire project impact. And so there could be, you know, like trucks delivering biomass, or a new, you know, natural gas fired energy facility in order to create the energy to run all this new equipment. So there is additional emissions associated with the entire project, and not just the one smokestack. And Ben, again, please correct me if I'm getting this wrong.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that I didn't cover. I mean, if you look at a refinery, for example, there are many sources of CO2 emissions. We looked at one particular stack that happens to be a really large source. And in our study, we did account for the need for like an auxiliary boiler that would consume fuel to produce steam to operate this. We looked at the impact that would have on the carbon capture. So it reduced overall capture rate by about 3%, so down from 90 to 87%. But we did not look at, basically the capture unit would be capturing from that auxiliary boiler as well. We didn't look at the impact of VOC potential increases from that boiler. We expect them to be very small, but to your point, yeah, at a facility wide, there are still lots of other sources that probably have other options available that are better for decarbonizing, particularly smaller sources than carbon capture. And so we did not look at the entire facility, just as you mentioned, the one primary CO2 source. Thanks.
Thank you. Gary Hughes, please unmute yourself.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Gary Hughes, and I work with the organization Biofuel Watch. I wanted to share a couple observations about the presentations. First, Mr. Grove, in regards to your presentation and about CCS at refineries, you used the example of the PBF refinery in Martinez, which is at this very moment offline. There was a massive fire there on February 1st. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but clearly it was another very serious safety and public health incident on top of the 2023 release of literally tons of catalyst that coated Martinez. So I felt like a little bit like the presentation just was not rooted in reality. So there's one comment. I don't think, Ben, that you're based in California, or at least I don't think you're very aware of what's going on in the refinery community in the SF Bay Area. And then for Sam's presentation, I guess, to flag that there seems to be a head in the sand approach right now to what's going on around biomass in California, because we're confronting a massive wood pellet export scheme. Golden State Natural Resources, from the rural county representatives of California, who have signed an MOU with Drax, the UK giant, one of the largest wood pellet manufacturers in the world and the biggest consumer of biomass in the world, and also one of the biggest proponents of BECCS, even though repeatedly it's exposed that BECCS is a unicorn. So these are two really major real world dynamics that have direct relation to the material that's being discussed in this workshop, but the presenters, they're not apparently even aware of this. I mean, Golden State Natural Resources is proposing to build the 2 largest wood product manufacturing facilities that would be sited and constructed in California in decades. 1 million tons of wood pellets a year from a plant in Lassen and a plant in Tuolumne County. Oh, and to talk about community engagement, Golden State Natural Resources released their DEIR, and in the days before the election in November, and just days after the DEIR was released, they held a community meeting in Stockton, which was nothing short of discriminatory. And the California Air Resources Board actually wrote a letter to GSNR saying that they needed to hold more community meetings, and they weren't held. So again, I'm really disturbed by the way CARB is handling this type of material, and I'm very grateful for people like Ms. Amsalem who've been able to join in and share their expertise. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate the comments. We'll say that we did ask that the panelists be able to speak about the environment in which these technologies may operate, and speak to the entire state of California and not necessarily focus on any individual specific projects. That wasn't the purpose of today's workshop. Of course, welcome feedback that you may have on the comment docket. I'm going to do a quick check here. We have gone through all of the hands that were raised. I think it's been kind of a marathon session, so rather than try and drag us out for another 7 minutes, I'm going to take moderator privilege here and say we are nearing the end. So thank you to the panelists. Really appreciate your insights and your work, particularly on helping us around community considerations, impacts, and benefits. It is very important to us, and it is difficult and challenging work, and I appreciate it. I see Rachel has put up the slide on public comment and feedback in our comment docket. Rachel, do you want to speak to this issue and then close us out?
Sure thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as a reminder, you will have the ability to submit a comment from now up until March 28th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Please note that all comments submitted will be made public. You can access the comment docket through this link. It is also linked in our meetings and workshops page on our program website. And we also encourage you, if you have not made your way to this workshop, via listserv to stay up to date with additional program developments through our workshop as well. And in the coming days, there will be more resources made available on the webpage from the presentation today. So thank you very much. I also really quickly want to thank, as well as all the panelists we've heard from today, some very instrumental back of house colleagues of mine, Alex Yu, Jim Falter, Cypress Figueroa, Adam Moreno, and Haynes Stevens. Thank you very much, because I couldn't have done the nuts and bolts here myself. So, and also thank you to Matt and Ross.
So Brett, yes, feel free to layer in.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm a big believer in how you end things is very important. And I feel like the energy did shift. So I just wanted to say from the work that we did with CARB, and just I wasn't mentioned in that comment, so I feel like I can speak to it. I just want to, I guess, emphasize something that I learned through the work with CARB. Going into, the work, I had my own preconceptions, but in doing this and talking to people on all sides of it, I think at the core, we're all people doing jobs representing places, but we're all individual people. And so I think a lot of valid points were made today, but I also feel that, and Genevieve did a really good job of this in highlighting like the issues and not kind of focusing on the person or that thing. It's a delicate balance, but I just want to call that to attention because I feel like it's important in this work to not let issues slide and also hold people accountable, but then also recognize like an individual may not be bad actor or something like that. It's very complicated. So I just wanted to say that because I felt compelled to do so. So thank you.
Appreciate it, Brett. And it's a good reminder that I think pretty much everyone is here in this space because we are working hard to improve the environment and the public health of California. That's why we come to this job, and that's why we do the things that we do. Ben, yes, feel free to give us another comment.
Just really quick, and thanks, Brett. I just wanted to quickly address the last comment, and just to say, I'm not a community member in California, and I think I appreciate you sharing your perspective on this. It's actually really important to us, particularly in the work that we're in endeavoring in right now on cement decarbonization, where we're considering CCS in California. So again, I just wanted to open the door for any future conversations. Please do reach out, and I appreciate the comment. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, Rachel, is that it?
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the feedback and looking forward to reading the comments that you all submit into the comment docket. Really appreciate it. And again, just another big thank you to the panelists. Have a good afternoon, everybody.